The Infinite City of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Memory Awakening. A bang. The door of the apartment was rudely closed. Qianxuan threw down the shopping bags in her hands and staggered to the comfortable big bed. After more than half an hour, she felt some strength coming back. This situation is incredible for a soldier who has been discharged from the army for less than a year. But this situation has lasted for more than a year. It is also because of this that she resolutely retired from the army despite her family's opposition. She wanted to tell her family about this, but she swallowed the words as soon as they came to her mouth. During a military exercise in Yunnan last year, her physical strength suddenly decreased, she couldn't concentrate, and she became very easy to get tired. There were mistakes that shouldn't have happened in that military exercise, and she was injured. At first, she was very panicked. Since she was very young, she vaguely felt that she was different from others. She remembered everything since she was born, and she knew everything. No matter what she learned, she would always get started and master it quickly. Her family thought she was gifted, but only she knew that she had learned all those things, and even some theories and knowledge that did not exist in this world would flash through her mind. This situation lasted for half a year, and the panic in her heart slowly subsided, replaced by expectation and excitement. She herself did not know where this emotion came from, but she trusted it inexplicably. Since a week ago, the number of patients with colds and fevers across the country has continued to increase, and hospitals have often been crowded and trampled, and several deaths have occurred. Although the situation in the capital is under government control, it is still difficult to be optimistic. Grandma called her several times to ask her to go to the main house, but she found ways to refuse. Because a vague premonition before became clearer, there was a voice in her mind saying it's coming. So she followed that intuition and kept shopping for a week. Until now, she felt that she was starting to have a low fever, so she decided to stop this crazy shopping. Qianxuan, lying on the bed, closed her eyes, her face flushed, her small face as big as a palm was covered with sticky sweat, her delicate eyebrows were tangled in pain, and her pink petal-like lips had begun to crack. Qianxuan felt it was incredible. She saw, or should I say experienced, the life of a woman named Nonado Zuafan Wilsk. Nonado was the daughter of the head of the magic family Wilsk, one of the 6 major families in Sadia. But her mother was just a beautiful slave girl. So for a Kano Wilsk, who already had 2 legitimate sons, 1 legitimate daughter, and countless illegitimate children, this daughter was too insignificant. So even though his wife Aolina threw the newly born Nonado and her mother into the underground palace forest, which was dangerous for the adult children of the Wilsk family, he was just a little annoyed. Before the age of 12, Nonado lived in the underground palace forest. In this dangerous place full of magical beasts below the 7th level, it was her mother who taught her and protected her at the same time. Even her father didn't know that as a slave girl, her mother once had a name. Papacia Zuafan, a 6th level wind magician. The Zuafan family was once a more glorious magic family than the Wilsk family, but after its decline, it attracted the slaughter of the Wilsk family because of the exotic treasure. The Wilsk family has a holy alchemy tool that can show the name and location of its members through blood of relatives. This alchemy tool has no effect on 2 types of people. One is slaves, because slaves are not qualified to have names, and the other is people of the Wilsk family, because the alchemist of the Wilsk family at that time was afraid that the alchemy tool would be used by the enemy. In order to leave a spark for the family, Papacia Zuafan came up with a crazy plan and gave birth to Nonado. For this wise woman, as long as Nonado survives, Zuafan will still exist. Nonado did not disappoint her mother's expectations. In the magic test at the age of 6, she tested the top magic talent and top mental power talent of the 3 systems of light, darkness and space. At the same time, she got the sole recognition of the Zuafan family's treasure inheritance realm. Nonado not only has excellent talents, but she is also tough by nature, and has perseverance that is not inferior to men. At the age of 11, she had become a 6th level 3 system magician. But even so, she could not save the life of her beloved mother. The two brothers who were ignorant of the world stole the cup of the 6th level peak monster, which caused all the 6th level monsters in the underground forest to hunt them down. However, it was Nonado's mother who paid the price for their stupidity. The young Nonado still had her own innocence. Even though she knew her life experience from her mother, she was still ignorant of the emotion of hatred. Sometimes she even looked forward to seeing her father and brothers and sisters, thinking that they would love her as much as her mother. Such innocence was shattered when she saw her mother being killed. Nonado really matured, as if she had grown up in an instant. Sensitively noticing her changes from her eyes, her mother, who was dying, was both worried and relieved. Don't hate them, time will punish them. And my Nonado just needs to live happily. Nonado did not respond to her mother's words, and even if she did, no one could hear it. I'm sorry, she said to her mother in her heart. Nonado can't listen to her this time. For the young Nonado, the hatred for the murderer who killed her mother occupied her entire will, and her immature thoughts almost brought her a catastrophe. Nonado's revenge was successful, but also failed. She successfully killed Andrei Wilsk and Ash Wilsk, and also caused Orina, who had lost her child, to hunt her down. After leaving the underground forest, Nonado began her escape, before she had time to take a closer look at the outside world. The first few years were difficult. Her unfamiliarity with the outside world always made it easy for her to be found, and she escaped death several times. If there was no inheritance realm, she would probably have become a corpse long ago. In the process of escaping, wandering between life and death, Nonado kept growing up. Her once naive mind matured, her shallow knowledge was enriched by the impact of the outside world, and her mind became stronger in battle after battle. At the age of 21, Nonado had become a saint-level magician. She was already able to handle the pursuit behind her with ease, and even found fun in it. She began to put all her energy into exploring Sadia. She became an adventurer, and turned her attention to dangerous places. At the age of 31, Nonado had walked through most of the dangerous places in Sadia. In the past 10 years, Nonado was happy. She met hospitable civilians, greedy merchants, kind elves, sincere orcs, generous dwarves, stingy goblins, brave mercenaries, powerful dragons. There was happiness and sadness in the process. There was laughter and pain. There was satisfaction and reluctance. At this time, Nonado's magical talent was discovered by accident, and Rakano Welsk also knew that Nonado was his daughter. The owner of the Welsk family, who put interests above all else, decided not to pursue the previous matter, revoked the arrest warrant for Nonado, and welcomed Nonado back to the family. Knowing her husband's decision, Orina was going crazy. Since she lost her 2 sons, and has been focusing on hunting down the murderer, her status in the Welsk family has plummeted. If it weren't for her family's power, she would have been trampled on by several illegitimate sons and her husband's other women. After 20 years and a lot of manpower, she not only failed to avenge her son's murder, but now the murderer has become a member of the family, and may even take away the position that should have belonged to her son. The love for her dead son, the pain of her husband's betrayal, and the hatred of not being able to take revenge, all of this twisted Orina's mind. Orina, whose full name is Orina Slimogo, is the eldest daughter of the Curse family among the 6 major families. When she was crazy, she used her life and soul as a sacrifice to curse Nonado to never become a magician again. That was the darkest period in Nonado's life. She could clearly feel that her spiritual sea of consciousness was only a hair's breadth away from the god level and the huge magic power in her body, but she could not cast any magic. From a saint level strongman to a waste, this is something no one can bear. The most terrible thing in this world is not being able to get something, but losing it after getting it. Even a tenacious person like Nonado only faced reality after countless attempts. She fell into the dust again, and could not see any hope. She was once decadent, confused, and could not find the direction to move forward. At this time, a person appeared and showed her the way. Her teacher, Isa Crusoman, brought her a turning point in life. Isa Crusoman was a genius famous in Sadia when he was young. The great swordsman once asserted that Isa Crusoman's achievements would surpass him in 20 years when he was 8 years old. At that time, Isa Crusoman was praised by everyone around him, and his future was bright. But when he was 24 years old, he had become a 9th level great swordsman, but he was betrayed by his best friend and fiancé. A dose of god level dark potion made his originally powerful body become even worse than that of ordinary people, and he could no longer gather fighting spirit. He disappeared from people's sight for a while. When 100 years later, his appearance shocked the whole Sadia. Having lost the hope of becoming a martial god, he became a god level alchemist that no one had become for thousands of years, and people looked up to him again. It was this person who brought Nonado out of her depression. She began to learn alchemy from her teacher, and at the same time, driven by the unwillingness in her heart, she tried to find a way to become a strong person again. This time it was no longer an effort that could see the road. Unable to become a magician, and having been proven to be impossible to become a swordsman, Nonado set her sights on the despised thieves and archers that only elves practiced. When practicing magic, Nonado made very rapid progress due to her talent. However, when practicing thieves and archers, Nonado was completely getting half the result with twice the effort. It took her 10 years to barely cross the apprentice stage, but even so, she did not give up. In the time outside of learning alchemy, she has been making efforts that others think are useless. The only one who supports her is her teacher, who always encourages her when she is discouraged. The teacher makes her feel like a father, standing behind her like a mountain, making her feel at ease at all times. But because of this, even if it was difficult, Nonado did not want to disappoint her teacher. Nonado's teacher had been trying to remove the curse that Orina had cast on her. When Nonado became a 6th level alchemist, she also joined the experiment as the teacher's assistant. This experiment took a long time, and when it succeeded, Nonado was more than 400 years old. In more than 300 years, Nonado worked dozens of times harder than others, and became a god level alchemist and a thief and hunter god that no human had ever done. Nonado and her teacher developed a reincarnation magic circle that allows people to abandon their bodies and start a new life. In that way, the curse on the body will lose its effect. The disadvantage is that after reincarnation, you will lose your memory, and it will take a certain opportunity to recall it, and all your strength must be retrained. Nonado gave up this opportunity. She wanted to accompany her teacher through the remaining years of her life. In the following decades, Nonado and her teacher walked out of Sadia and entered the trading plane. Here, she saw various civilizations different from Sadia. After her teacher died, Nonado returned to Sadia again. In the dark basement, Nonado panted and inserted the last magic core into the magic circle. With a hum, the huge magic circle emitted a dazzling colorful light, and then it became soft after a few seconds. Looking at the results of her and her teacher's research for hundreds of years, Nonado's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. Once, she thought that her life was ruined by the old woman Orina. Although she did not give up on herself, she lost the purpose of living. At that time, it was her teacher who found her and guided her way forward. This magic circle can allow her to regain the talent taken away by Orina. But that is no longer important to her, and she never thought that she would activate this magic circle. However, her mother who loved her the most had passed away long ago, and her teacher who was like a father also passed away a few years ago. Nonado Zuo van Welsk is already a god level strongman in Sadia, and no one can bully her anymore. So she remembered this magic circle, the only thing she can do. Nonado stood up and walked into the magic circle slowly and firmly. Past memories emerged in her mind: sadness, nostalgia, reluctance, pain, joy. These emotions emerged from her eyes one by one, and finally only calmness remained. Chapter 2: The World of Inheritance. After returning to reality from her life as a slave to Nonado, Qianxuan was still a little confused. The complete and clear memory told her that she was actually Nonado, but she couldn't help but doubt, was she really? Nonado was a very beautiful woman, and that beauty was not only in appearance, but in soul. The calmness and composure that came from her bones after going through so many things was better than any kind of style in the world. Qianxuan felt inferior for the first time in her life, and the object of her inferiority was still herself. She got up from the bed and stretched her body and found that her body was no longer as tired and weak as it was in the previous year, nor did she have the symptoms of dizziness when she had a low fever before. Feeling a little sticky, Qianxuan quickly took a change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom, but she was quickly stunned. Looking at the face in the mirror, Qianxuan thought for a moment that she was still Nonado. It was still her in the mirror, but her hair and eyes turned silver, and she suddenly found that she was very suitable for silver without any abrupt feeling. After thinking about it, she knew that it was because of the influence of the magic element on the body. Qianxuan took a bath for nearly 2 hours. After she changed her clothes and came out of the bathroom, she began to sort out her somewhat confused thoughts. Now the two most important things for her are, one is to start practicing. With the help of the inheritance realm and the magic talent she has regained, it won't be a big problem. The other is to protect her family in the upcoming doomsday. Yes, the doomsday. Qianxuan knew this, because in Nonado's memory, only when the doomsday is approaching, will the planet undergo a fundamental change in nature. And this qualitative change is the opportunity for Qianxuan's memory to awaken. The Earth, which originally had no magic element, began to have an increasing number of magic element a year ago. It was for this reason that Qianxuan's intuition had been driving her to buy a large amount of supplies. After thinking about it, Qianxuan decided to lay a good foundation for practice in the inheritance realm before leaving for home. Fortunately, she had called her fourth brother to prepare more supplies and store them at home, and she thought that there should be no problem at home for the time being. After making a decision, Qianxuan began to try to mobilize the spiritual sea of consciousness and enter the inheritance realm. Originally thought that she would fail several times, but she didn't expect to succeed easily at once, as if she had done it thousands of times before. Looking at the world full of vitality in front of her, she instinctively mobilized her mental power to explore this space. Qianxuan truly realized that she was Nonado, and at the same time, she was glad that, although the inheritance realm grew with the master, it was not based on magic power and fighting spirit, but on mental power. Although she lost all her power through the reincarnation magic circle, her mental power did not change. The so-called inheritance realm was actually made by the founder of the Qianxuan family hundreds of thousands of years ago, who selected a continent to seal it, and refined it using the elemental origin and various rare minerals and materials. Of course, this kind of refining is not something that can be done by human power alone. The founder found a strange source of ice and fire with spiritual consciousness. Dozens of god-level strongmen of the Qianxuan family, including him, voluntarily sacrificed themselves, borrowed the energy of heaven and earth, and gave birth to the inheritance realm, thus continuing the inheritance of the Qianxuan family. The inheritance realm is divided into blood recognition and soul recognition. The former can be done by anyone with the blood of the Qianxuan family, and the latter has only been done by Nonado for hundreds of thousands of years. Nonado once guessed that it was because she was the only one in Qianxuan's family who had 3 magical talents of light, darkness and space in hundreds of thousands of years, and the 3 were on par with each other. However, this was just a guess. It was very shocking for Qianxuan to really see the appearance of the inheritance world. The sky, land, sea, mountains and rivers are all there in the inheritance world, just like another world. There is no way to correctly estimate the size of Qianxuan, but at least it is not smaller than China. Qianxuan teleported to the center of the inheritance world according to the method in Nonado's memory. The huge Zua castle complex composed of 3 colors of gray, white, and blue came into view. Walking straight through the gate, and walking for nearly half an hour, Qianxuan came to an open-air fountain square. Walking to the portrait of the goddess holding a water bottle, Qianxuan began to transmit mental power to the portrait, and the goddess statue of the same height emitted a silver light that enveloped Qianxuan. When the light disappeared, Qianxuan's figure also disappeared in the square. Walking out of the teleportation array, Qianxuan looked around. This is a basement of several hundred square meters, except for the gray pillar in the middle connecting the ceiling and the ground, which is formed by the gray elemental origin airflow, and the 7 color element pools of blue, red, blue, yellow, white, black, and silver representing wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, space, and the golden element pool representing time. The surrounding area is bare, and without any decoration. There is an inconspicuous small door on the east wall of the basement. Qianxuan knew that behind this door, the permanent space is infinite and time is still were cast. It is the warehouse of the inheritance world. There are all the accumulations of the Zuofan family for hundreds of thousands of years, the production of the inheritance world that is automatically recycled, and the collection of Nona for hundreds of years. It is a huge fortune, which is the greatest guarantee for Qianxuan to protect her family at the end of the world. At the same time, she also warned herself in her heart, don't show your wealth, it is a crime to hold a treasure. Suppressing the uncontrollable excitement in her heart, Qianxuan effortlessly passed through the barrier protecting the elemental origin, and entered the grey airflow. In an instant, the visible elemental origin surged up, and then rushed into Qianxuan's forehead. Qianxuan felt that the elemental origins crushed every inch of her body. There was no part of her flesh, blood, internal organs, and bones that was not painful. The pain was engraved in her heart, and implanted in her soul, far exceeding any injury she had suffered in her 9 years of marching. The pain lasted for a while, maybe an hour, or maybe a day. The elemental origin slowly drilled out from Qianxuan's forehead, but the color was obviously much darker than before. Qianxuan looked at her hand, and found that the thin callus formed by holding a gun before disappeared, and the originally pale skin color became as warm as jade, and the slightly rough skin became smooth and delicate. But these were not what she cared about. What she cared about was that she felt full of power all over her body, and the comfort of the magic element passing through her body was more addictive than any drug. She tried to cast an illumination spell, and a palm-sized ball of light appeared in Qianxuan's palm. Almost instantly, Qianxuan fell in love with the feeling of performing magic, and at the same time, understood why so many people in Sadia were obsessed with magic, and even lonely for their whole lives, and regarded their partners and children as a burden. At this moment, Qianxuan burst into tears. Since she joined the army at the age of 16, she felt for the first time that the blood in her body was still hot, no longer the bone-chilling cold after he left. This time, no one would be able to hurt the people around her. Even if it was the end of the world, she was unwilling to bear the loss again. Wiping away her tears, Qianxuan walked towards the door of the warehouse. Opening the door, there was an endless expanse behind the door. What she saw were some rare or common items. The only thing in common was many. After decades, there were more spaces in the warehouse, so there was some deviation from Nonado's memory. It took a little effort for Qianxuan to find the book that Nonado had thrown into the warehouse without caring. This was a book about the end of the planet. Because the content was not much, Qianxuan finished reading it in less than an hour. After reading it, she felt that cold sweat broke out all over her body uncontrollably. According to the book, there are several types of doomsday. 1. Natural disasters will destroy most of the human race, and those who survive will establish a new civilization. Although the survival rate of this doomsday is low, it will be short too. The environment causes plant and animal mutations, which puts humans in a very dangerous situation. Hunger, cold and death are everywhere, and they may even become food. 3. Doomsday caused by external factors, such as the invasion of alien creatures or viruses. 4. Doomsday caused by humans themselves. There are many situations. The last one is the most dangerous situation. This situation usually occurs in the kind of planet that once had a very glorious advanced civilization, but due to some force majeure factors, it has become a low civilization planet. After years of recuperation, the planet consciously forms the doomsday when the opportunity comes. This doomsday is very terrible, and often the previous situation will appear at the same time. Intuitively, Qianxuan knew that the earth belonged to the last situation. Not to mention the various myths and legends on the earth. Just the rumors she had heard in the trading plane made her unable to have a fluke mentality. If she guessed correctly, Earth was the original star she had heard of, the birthplace of all power systems. The only consolation was that usually at the end of the world, humans would mutate to some extent, their physique and lifespan would increase, and they would have the opportunity to obtain the so-called superpowers. The situation on Earth was even more exciting. Of course, before obtaining superpowers, how to survive was the most important thing. Chapter 3, Beginning to Practice. As the master bound to the soul of the inheritance world, Qianxuan can adjust the flow of time and the space at will, up to 100 times. That is, 1 day in the outside world, 100 days in the space. The most important thing is that as time flows, Qianxuan, as the master, does not need to advance her own life, but can get the gift of time. This allows her practice to be more guaranteed. Because of this, Qianxuan plans to adjust the flow of time to 100 times, and then practice in the space. She first began to practice magic. Because of her god-level mental power, she has very good control over magic, and can completely cast it silently. Among the first level magic, the light system's holy light bullet, light healing, holy light screen, the dark system's corrosion ball, invisibility, intimidation, poison blade, and the space system's dimensional blade and teleportation. Qianxuan spent several months practicing to be able to cast it instantly. She also spent time practicing the unappreciated zero-level magic lighting, small fireball, and small water ball. When she felt hungry after practicing, Qianxuan ate a fruit called moon fruit that is unique to Sadia. The reason why it is called Uayu fruit is that the fruit tree of Uayu fruit has a fruiting period every month. This kind of fruit is very common in Sadia. Apart from tasting better, it has no special effects. The reason why Qianxuan chose to eat Uayu fruit is because Uayu fruit has an unknown effect. In contrast to Uayu fruit, Sadia has an iron fruit, which, as the name suggests, is a fruit that bears fruit once a year. But in contrast to the small and smooth white Uayu fruit, the iron fruit is black, and makes people lose their appetite at first glance, and it tastes sour and bitter. Therefore, the people of Sadia completely regard the iron fruit as a wild fruit and often use it to feed livestock. But in fact, Uayu fruit has an effect similar to washing marrow and cutting tendons. Although it is far inferior to the quenching effect of the elemental origin, it is better, in that the medicinal effect is mild and gradual, and even the weakest people can eat it. It's just that this medicinal effect will only be exerted after taking an iron fruit 1 year after eating Uayu fruit. In the time of Zuofan's ancestors, this was something that even 3-year-old children knew, but I don't know how it was lost later. The efficacy of Uayu fruit is the best way for Qianxuan to consolidate her foundation. So she almost vomited after eating Uayu fruit several times, but she still persisted. After becoming a first-level magician, Qianxuan temporarily suspended her magic practice because she knew that practicing magic requires a natural process, and began to practice as a thief and archer. In Qianxuan's view, in the end of the world, the hope of survival as a thief and archer is often much greater than that of a magician. As for the practice of thieves and archers, Nonado made plans when she started the reincarnation magic circle. Due to the difficulties in her previous practice, after entering the trading plane, Nonado studied the power systems of many other planets, and finally created a method of poaching and dual cultivation that suited her best. Combining the internal force system of the martial arts world with Sadia's fighting spirit and magic system, she named that practice method Shan Wu Leek. Just from the name, you can know how much confidence Nonado has. But after Qianxuan used her divine mental power to quickly memorize Shan Wu Leek, she had to admit that her confidence was not without foundation. The endless internal force, the explosive power of fighting spirit, the defense of light magic, the attack of dark magic, the dodge of space magic, and the combination of the above, which is indispensable for thieves and archers, can be said to be truly no leaks in the sky. In order to ensure progress, Qianxuan still placed the place of practice next to the element pool. According to No Leaks in the Sky, Qianxuan needs to cultivate 3 danshan of his own first, the spiritual force crystal of the upper danshan, the fighting spirit group of the middle danshan and the Kihei acupoint of the lower danshan. Needless to say, the spiritual force crystal, Qianxuan was born at the god level. The fighting spirit group was successfully cultivated because of Nonado's experience. The only thing that troubled Qianxuan was the cultivation of internal force. Because he had never been exposed to it, it took a week just to find the so-called key sense, and it was 3 months later when the Kihei acupoint formed a certain climate. The true spiritual power crystal, the fighting spirit group and the Kihei acupoint all have a trace of connection, and the upper, middle and lower 3 danshans have also formed a cycle. The mental method of Qianxuan starts to run in the meridians with the 3 dimensions as the main body. Qianxuan realize the power of Qianxuan as the spiritual power, fighting spirit and internal force are growing in the body, and at the same time driving the growth of the magic power in the body. Qianxuan feels that his essence, energy, and spirit are better than the previous second every second. The subtle feeling of getting stronger little by little is a beauty that cannot be described in any language. What is really shocking is that even if you are not practicing, the mental method of Qianxuan is always in operation. Although it runs slowly, and the effect is less than 1/10 of that when practicing, it accumulates little by little. One step ahead, one step ahead. In addition to the mental method of the general outline, Qianxuan also has 3 chapters, namely the chapter of emptiness, the chapter of intermediation and the song of darkness. The chapter of emptiness tells a footwork suitable for thieves and archers, called phantom void. Some are similar to Qianxuan, but they have the stealth and evasion effects that Qianxuan does not have. Combining the unpredictable characteristics of space magic, light magic and dark magic and the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, it is ever changing and integrated into the environment. When practiced to the extreme, the body can freely transform into air, omnipresent and omniscient. The chapter of intervention tells about various skills suitable for thieves and archers. Although it is light, it refers to the relevant information of various planets, and then removes the dross and takes the essence. After various considerations, it is summarized and combined into the most suitable skills for Qianxuan. The Song of Darkness tells about the combat essence that various thieves and archers can use, including ambush, assassination, guerrilla warfare, and escape, all belong to its content. These can be said to be all Nonado's life experience. There are also many ideas that Nonado did not have time to put into action in the past. When Qianxuan practiced the Qianxuan heart method to a certain degree, she began to learn the phantom void step as a skill that she believed was the key to escape. Qianxuan made up her mind to learn it well before learning it. Qianxuan, who was a little nervous at first, gained confidence after succeeding the second time. It was indeed tailor-made. Although she could not use it with ease, she was definitely familiar with it. In order to get better practice, Qianxuan placed the practice ground in a small forest in the space. Referring to the method used by Yang Jiuo when practicing the heavenly dragnet, Qianxuan began her bird catching career. The birds in the space were not ordinary sparrows, they were real monsters. Qianxuan first set a goal for herself to catch a first level wind sparrow. The first level wind sparrow was about the same size as a sparrow, had no magical abilities, and its only characteristic was that it flew fast. Even so, it took Qianxuan a week to catch one in a mess. However, Qianxuan was not discouraged, but became more and more eager to try. So, stumbling and stumbling, Qianxuan caught more and more types of birds, and it became easier and easier. She even caught a 3rd level green wind bird. Fortunately, the creatures in the space would not attack Qianxuan as long as she did not intend to kill her. Otherwise, she would have been attacked by all of them for plucking all the feathers of those birds in revenge. Even so, the remaining birds began to avoid her like snakes and scorpions. Tired of catching birds, Qianxuan thought of a new game. Because the phantom void step has the characteristic of blending into the environment, Qianxuan decided to pluck a feather from each bird without being discovered by the birds. So, the grove that had just quieted down began to live in chaos again. 2 months later, a slight breeze blew through the grove, and the birds leisurely combed their feathers. Although they wondered why the little devil who had become elusive recently had not appeared today, they quickly put it aside and began to enjoy the increasingly rare quietness recently. At the same time, these birds did not find that a feather on their bodies had been lost at some point, and even if some felt a little pain, they quickly thought it was an illusion. At the end of the woods, a breeze flashed by, and Qianxuan's figure appeared. Looking at the large handful of messy feathers in her hand, Qianxuan clenched her fist excitedly. Success. Although it was only a bird below the 3rd level, it had already satisfied her. In the following time, Qianxuan began to practice the basic movements of poaching repeatedly. These basics may seem insignificant, but they are the prerequisites for the exquisite skills in Qianxuan. Using various magical beasts in the space as practice objects, Qianxuan's primary goal is to turn these basic movements into body reflexes. Originally thought of as a difficult goal, it was as easy as if she had already achieved it. Once again, Qianxuan realized that she was Nonado. After achieving the goal beyond expectations, Qianxuan spent a month to familiarize herself with all the skills in Qianxuan so that she could use them when needed. It's not that Qianxuan ignored these skills, but she didn't have enough time, and Qianxuan believed that these exquisite skills could only be used freely in real battles, and even made changes to the original skills to make them more suitable for herself. At this time, more than 300 days had passed in the space, and 3 days had passed in the real world. Chapter 4, The End is Coming. As soon as she came out of the inheritance world, she heard the ringing of her cell phone. Seeing that it was a call from the old house, Qianxuan picked up the phone immediately. Zuan, why didn't you answer the phone in the past 2 days? Are you sick? Grandma's voice, which had been neither hurried nor slow, was filled with deep anxiety because of worry. Thinking that her negligence must have made her grandmother worried for several days, Qianxuan immediately comforted her. No, Grandma, I'm in good health. I was busy going out shopping in the past 2 days. There were too many people outside, and I was afraid that my cell phone would be lost, so I left it at home. After I came back, I fell asleep, so I didn't hear the ringing of the cell phone. Is everything okay at home? Is anyone sick? That's good. Grandma obviously relaxed, and her voice returned to her usual gentleness. Our family pays attention to exercise. Except for a few servants, everyone else is very healthy. In the past 2 days, your fourth brother also asked his men to buy a lot of things back. The storage room and warehouse were filled up by him, and even the guest room at home was not spared. It is said that there are so many sick people now, and many factories are half paralyzed. Prices will rise a lot in the future. Qianxuan on this side nodded after hearing this. Indeed, even if there is no doomsday, there will be a period of shortage of supplies. Fourth brother is indeed a businessman. His brain is very fast. However, when you think about the unknown time of the doomsday, you have no idea what will happen, so it is better to be safe. Grandma, Qianxuan thought about it, and decided to selectively tell her family the truth first. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Qianxuan's voice unconsciously become solemn, Liuyuan on the other end of the phone also became cautious. You say. Qianxuan organized her words and said, everyone in the family knows that I have some inexplicable intuition since I was a child, and they are all very accurate. Something happened a few days ago, and I also know the source of my intuition. It's hard to say the details on the phone. We will talk about it later. But now you must believe what I say next. Doomsday is coming. Liuyuan was silent for a while, and she was a little skeptical in her heart. After all, it was too incredible. But after thinking about it for a while, she still believed Qianxuan. She knew that her granddaughter was not someone who would joke about such a big thing. So what preparations do we need to make at home? As expected of a major general who had experienced many ups and downs in the military, even after retirement, his fearlessness in his bones is not something that young people can match. Try to get the people at home back, especially the aunts and sisters-in-law who have no fighting power, and Xingxin, Yuan and Sissy should not go to school. Try your best to collect supplies and guns and ammunition, but don't attract too much attention. We may not be able to contact you later, so stay at home, and don't come out until I come over before taking action. Grandma, you can tell Grandpa, Dad, and Uncle about this matter. I believe they will consider it more carefully than I do. After that, Qianxuan discussed it with Grandma for a while, and it was not until an hour later that they came up with a plan that both of them were satisfied with. When she hung up the phone, Qianxuan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, she hadn't finished her breath of relief yet, and what happened next made her heart rise again. Without any warning, the sky and the earth were dark, and no sound could be heard. Qianxuan hurried to the window, looking at the situation in front of her where she couldn't see her hand in front of her. She inexplicably felt that something was stirring behind the darkness. After closing the window tightly, Qianxuan retreated into the house. Considering that she could not do anything now, Qianxuan began to put the materials she bought in the previous shopping mall into the warehouse in the space in the dark. At that time, she followed her intuition and bought a lot of seeds of vegetables, fruits, grains and medicinal materials. Now they can be planted in the space. After all, there are only some strange species bought by Sadia and some Nonado from the trading plane in the space, but there are no things from the low plane like the Earth. After entering the space, Qianxuan turned around and came to the orchard. In addition to the vast area where most species grow freely, Zuha itself covers medicine gardens, orchards, vegetable gardens and pastures. Among them, the largest pasture is as big as a small city, with various natural environments, and there are many edible and delicious animals and low-level monsters. The time ratio of the medicine garden, orchard and vegetable garden is fixed at 100 times, and the pasture is 10 times. Because of the convenience of mental power, Qianxuan spent less than an hour to plant all the seeds. Coming out of the space, Qianxuan considered finding an opportunity to collect some fish, shrimp, and livestock, as well as her favorite seafood. She began to imagine that she could eat any seafood she wanted with her mental power. At this time, there was a change outside. A ray of light came in from outside. Qianxuan cautiously did not go forward. The originally silent world was suddenly broken. The dark sky was torn open one by one, and then countless meteorites hit the earth from the holes. Then the ground began to shake, and the sound of various buildings being smashed and collapsed and the creepy screams came from outside. The world was like falling into hell and brought panic to people. Fortunately, Qianxuan's apartment was not hit by the meteorite. The meteorite shower only lasted less than a minute and ended. At the same time, the darkness receded like a tide. Looking out of the window again, Qianxuan was a little stunned. What was that? The dilapidated buildings and streets were expected before, but what was that thing on the street? That thing was wearing human clothes, but the skin exposed outside was like a mummy. It moved stiffly and had black and sharp nails, like a monster in a story novel. It walked towards a woman crying over the body of her child, waving its sharp claws and rushing up. At the same time, a man nearby hit the thing with a broom, but it only made it shake and change its target. The man was so scared that he dropped the broom and ran away, but he was caught up by the monster behind him after a few steps. In a panic, his hand was cut, and in less than 10 seconds he turned into a monster like the thing behind him. The previous monster stopped attacking, and the two monsters turned back and walked towards the previous woman. The woman was killed without resistance and was eaten by the two monsters. Seeing the scene of the monster cutting open the woman's stomach and digging out the internal organs and chewing them made Qianxuan vomit directly against the wall. There seemed to be a scream in the distance, zombie. But at this time she no longer had the energy to pay attention. After a long time, the churning in her stomach subsided. Qianxuan moved her weak legs to the bathroom to rinse her mouth and washed her face with cold water and then slowly got rid of the previous nausea. Thinking of the scene outside just now, Qianxuan began to worry about her family. After hearing the screams before, she also remembered that there seemed to be such a monster in a movie, and its name was Zombie. If it was just a meteor shower, she would still have confidence that her family would not be in danger of life. But seeing zombies killing people with her own eyes, Qianxuan was full of uneasiness, and she even began to worry whether her family would become zombies. Knowing that worrying alone would not help, Qianxuan decided to leave immediately and return to the old house. Pack up the useful things in the apartment and throw them into the space warehouse. Put up her long hair, changed into a blue long-sleeved sportswear, and put on a pair of ultra-thin heat-insulating gloves. Then Qianxuan solemnly took out the weapon that once, and in the future, belonged to her alone, Qianxi. Qianxi was a good friend of Zuo Fan's ancestor, a super artifact forged by a god-level foundry. The so-called super artifact is that it can be transformed into the most suitable weapon according to the needs of the owner. At the same time, unlike the artifact, which is powerful but cannot grow, the super artifact can grow with the owner without boundaries. However, unlike artifacts that only need a drop of blood to recognize their master, super artifacts will choose their own master, based on the soul. And since ancient times, hundreds of thousands of years, among the 5 super artifacts owned by Zuo Fan's family, only Qianxi recognized Nonado as the master. So although super artifacts are good, they are useless if they cannot be used. He transformed Qianxuan into his usual two-handed dagger and tied it to his thigh. In order not to attract attention, he took out a travel backpack and put it on his back. Walking lightly to the door, Qianxuan used her mental power to scan the outside and found that there was no one and no zombies. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was not afraid of fighting, zombies were really disgusting. Opening the safety door, Qianxuan tried to move lightly and not make any sound. She remembered that the movie described zombies without vision and pain, but very sensitive hearing and smell. Bowing like a cat, he jumped out of the half-open door. With a click, the safety door was closed from the outside, and Qianxuan ran to the stairs with light steps. I don't know if the elevator can be used now. Even if it can be used, I guess I will encounter people or zombies. She had only moved into this apartment for a year, and her mental state had not been good. She had never interacted with her neighbors. In this situation, she could not even ensure the safety of her family. She really did not have the heart to care about strangers. She ran all the way to the first floor smoothly without stopping. Qianxuan used her mental power to scan the surroundings while moving forward like the wind using the phantom void step. It only took half an hour to take a taxi from her apartment to the old house. Although she did not have a car, it was not difficult to get there in this situation. However, she was not sure whether the sound of the car engine would attract zombies. In addition, her phantom void step was not slow when she used it at full power, so she could still avoid the zombies. Although she would not have the ability to fight when she needed to, with the help of space and mental power, it would not be dangerous. The reason why she was so anxious was that she was worried about the comfort of her nephews. It was too late on the phone before, and they must still be in school. The oldest of them, Qianxuan, was only 14 years old, and Yuan and Sissy were only 8 years old. She really could not imagine what it would be like when they encountered zombies. Chapter 5 Number 1 Middle School. Walking quickly along the way, although she didn't pay special attention, Qianxuan still felt how bad the current situation was. The unreality she had when she knew the end of the world was gone. She really felt the difficulties she would face next, and she was more worried about the safety of several children. Although she was anxious, for the sake of long-term planning, Qianxuan still spent some time to rob 2 supermarkets, a large pharmacy and a farm. If it were normal, she would definitely be excited, but now she was not in the mood. When she arrived at the capital Number 1 middle school, it had been 2 hours since she left the apartment. After taking a breath, considering that she was now too exhausted, Qianxuan decided to go to the space to rest and recover. 3 hours in the space, less than 5 minutes in reality, Qianxuan appeared in the same place again. Using her mental power to explore the guard room, she found that there were several zombies walking back and forth inside, but the door of the guard room was tightly closed. Finding no danger, Qianxuan simply walked in through the gate, ignoring the sharp screams and the resistance of the guard room who had discovered her and wanted to rush out. Compared to Qianxuan, who was trained by her sister-in-law since childhood and has a calm personality and some martial arts, Qianxuan is more worried about the shy Yuan and the lively Sissy. Fortunately, the elementary school and the middle school are within the same wall, just in different campuses. Thinking that she can no longer avoid zombies like before with her children, Qianxuan decided to try her hand on the road. Using mental power to scan a zombie in the corner of the garden, Qianxuan approached carefully. After seeing the zombie, she resisted the nausea and stench and waved a corrosion ball. The zombie directly faced the corrosion ball without dodging, and a basketball-sized hole was corroded in the heart. But even so, it still did not fall down, but rushed towards Qianxuan, as if it saw food. When facing it, Qianxuan calmed down and waved another corrosion ball, but this time it was aimed at the zombie's head. The zombie, who also did not dodge, had most of his head corroded and fell down. Hey, what is that? A bean-sized bead fell to the ground with the zombie. Resisting her nausea, Qianxuan approached the zombies and picked up the bead. After observing it for a while, she found that there was an unknown power in this transparent bead the size of a soybean, which was not any kind she knew. Could it be? Question mark? Thinking of the records in the book, could this be the so-called supernatural power? Because there was no conclusion, Qianxuan could only put the beads in a small bag. On the way, Qianxuan found that, although the whole school was quiet, there were still many zombies. Especially because they were afraid of light, they all liked to stand in dark corners. If it weren't for her mental power, I'm afraid she would suffer. According to the memory of the last time she came to attend the parents' meeting, Qianxuan came all the way to the teaching building where Yuan and Sissy were. But as soon as she used her mental power to explore it, Qianxuan frowned. She had taken a detour when passing by other teaching buildings before, so she didn't know the situation was so bad. There were still many survivors in the building, but they were all blocked in the classroom. She counted and found that there were only survivors in 3 of the 12 classrooms, and all the zombies in the whole building were densely blocked around those 4 classrooms. Even though Qianxuan was skilled and bold, she was troubled by the current situation. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, let alone so many hands. The first middle school consists of 3 parts: elementary school, junior high school and high school, covering 12 teaching buildings, 2 administrative buildings, a sports building, a cafeteria and a large number of outdoor buildings, with more than 10,000 teachers and students. Qianxuan considered using sound to attract the zombies away, but when she thought of the number of zombies, she backed off. Although this method is feasible to a certain extent, the consequences of failure are too serious. In the end, she could only choose to use the dumbest method to solve the zombies bit by bit. Considering that archers are more suitable for flying kites, Qianxuan transformed Kangxi into a 1-person highland bow. The bow body is mainly black, supplemented by gold and silver patterns. It is both simple and elegant, and has the compelling momentum of a super artifact. At this time, Kangxi broke away from the inconspicuousness of the 2-handed dagger and bloomed with its own light. She chose a tree at a suitable distance and jumped up. She put the bow on her left hand and hooked the string with her right hand. When the bow formed a full moon, an invisible air arrow appeared in her right hand. Qianxuan's eyes flashed with a sharpness. As her right hand loosened, the air arrow flew out rapidly and accurately pierced the forehead of a zombie. The death of the zombie did not cause much impact on its companions. Except for the zombies around it, there was a commotion. The other zombies still stared at the food separated by only a window with a creepy look. It was not like what Qianxuan had originally imagined, that she needed to fly a kite. After a successful attack, Qianxuan continued to work hard. Thanks to the effect of the phantom void blending into the environment, no zombies discovered her, which allowed her to kill dozens of zombies very smoothly. Looking at the dense group of zombies that did not decrease, Qianxuan, who was anxious, began to use multiple arrows at once. At first, there were 2 arrows, and when she became proficient, there were 3 arrows, and until 4 arrows, there was no way to increase them. Qianxuan knew that it was because she had not practiced the Qianwu leakage heart method for too short a time. Even if she managed to shoot 5 arrows, one of them would definitely fail. Even if she used 4 arrows at once, the zombies were still like stakes, and did not dodge or evade. Qianxuan still spent half an hour to clear the zombies on the first floor. Fortunately, Yuan and Sis's classroom was on the first floor. You know, the narrow corridor on the second floor does not have the geographical advantage of the first floor. Regardless of her numb arms, Qianxuan walked to the only classroom on the first floor with survivors, knocked on the door twice, and then waited for the person inside to open the door. Maybe they were scared before. Even though they saw the scene outside from the window, the person inside still took 5 minutes to open the door a little bit. Only when they saw that the zombies outside were indeed eliminated did they open the door wide. The person who opened the door was a female teacher with a childish face, short hair, and a pair of silly round frame glasses. Her movements were timid. "Excuse me, are Wu Irian and Wu Sansi here?" When Qianxuan asked this question to the teacher who opened the door, her face was gentle and calm, but in fact, her palms were sweating with nervousness. "Come in, they are inside." Fortunately, the answer did not disappoint her. Just as she walked into the classroom from the position where the teacher made way, "Auntie," Yuan's crying voice came over. Qianxuan raised her eyes to look at the source of the voice, but the scene she saw made her heart stop for a moment. In the corner of the classroom, several desks were spliced together. The boy lying on them closed his eyes tightly, and his face and arms without clothes were red. The boy sitting next to him had red eyes, obviously crying. Without caring about anything else, Qianxuan walked over the densely packed children, walked over and hugged Yuan. What's the matter? Why did Sissy become like this? Yuan hugged her aunt's neck nervously and choked up and said, it's all Yuan's fault. If Yuan hadn't sprained her foot, Sissy wouldn't be like this. What does it mean? Qianxuan couldn't figure out what the sprained foot had to do with Sissy's fever. At this time, the previous teacher came over to explain, and Qianxuan knew the whole story. They were chased by zombies before, and Yuan twisted his foot while escaping, and was almost bitten by a zombie. At that time, it was Sissy who suddenly sent out a fireball to burn the zombie to death, allowing Yuan to escape the fate of becoming a zombie. It was only after escaping into the classroom that Sissy began to have a fever, which became more and more serious, and then she fell into a coma. To be honest, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. If she was not mistaken, Sissy was just transforming her body after awakening her superpowers. Because superpowers are fire, a phenomenon similar to fever will occur. However, this is a good opportunity to wash the marrow and cut the tendons, and it is definitely a chance not to be missed. Qianxuan immediately mobilized her mental power to enter the space, and then used her mental power to take half a bottle of spring water from a spring in a valley in the inheritance realm. Then she pretended to take it out of the backpack behind her, helped Sissy up, and carefully let him drink it. That was not an ordinary spring water, but a spiritual object of creation. That Sadia had disappeared long ago. There are all kinds of creatures of creation, and the only thing they have in common is that they can change the most fundamental qualities of living things, but each has its own merits. However, in ancient times, creatures of creation were everywhere, and there were naturally many in the inheritance world. The spring water that Qianxuan gave Sissy to drink was not the most effective, but it was the most suitable for children of Sissy's age. Sissy is still young and has room for improvement in the future. Okay, Yuan, don't worry, Sissy will wake up soon. Looking at Yuan who was still looking at Sissy worriedly, Qianxuan comforted her. Really? Yuan looked at her aunt with wet eyes wide open. Of course, Qianxuan rubbed Yuan's furry head. When has your aunt ever lied to you? The innocent Yuan immediately shook his head and pretended to be mature and relieved. Chapter 6 Lingling and Wee. Qianxuan checked the time and found that it was past 6 o'clock. Although it was not dark, yet due to the long days in summer, time was running out. After taking off the travel bag on her back, she carried the unconscious Sissy on her back and fastened her with a belt. Qianxuan took Yuan and walked towards the teacher. Seeing Qianxuan approaching, the female teacher stood up from the chair nervously. Are you leaving? Perhaps because she had seen Qianxuan killing zombies from the window before, she did not persuade her to stay. Yes, Teacher Zhao, what are your plans with so many children? After hearing Yuan say that other teachers who did not turn into zombies abandoned their students and ran away, only Teacher Zhao took the panic-stricken students to hide in the classroom. Qianxuan had a good impression of this timid teacher. Can you tell me the situation outside? Thinking that the other party might think that zombies only appeared in the school, Qianxuan had to break her optimism. The situation outside is the same as in the school. If you want to wait for rescue, you may be disappointed. Then, what about the government? Teacher Zhao was obviously frightened, and his expression became a little hesitant. The government is probably half paralyzed. Qianxuan curled the corners of her lips sarcastically, thinking of those high-ranking officials who were usually pampered. But the military should not be too much of a hindrance, and the army should be dispatched to clean up the zombies. You may have to wait a few days for rescue. In order to thank her for taking care of Sissy and Yuan, Qianxuan took out a lot of food for them under the disguise of a backpack. The teacher Zhao felt very embarrassed, and his face flushed, but he didn't refuse in the end. As soon as he walked a distance, Qianxuan felt a pull on his hand. What's wrong? Qianxuan looked at Yuan, who was tangled and uneasy. Yuan said timidly, Aunt, can we go and save Lingling and Wee first, and then save my brother? Lingling and Wee? Yeah. Yuan was a little embarrassed, and felt that she was a little sorry for her brother. We are good friends. They are the children of the Mo family, a pair of twins. Wee had called me from the window of class 7 upstairs before, and I answered through the window, so I don't know if she heard me. Later, the window was surrounded by zombies, so we didn't dare to call anymore. When Qianxuan heard about the Mo family, she understood. The playmates of the Wu family's children are usually children of the same mage from the same mage clans, just like she, Zio Minimum, Luo and Shasha grew up together. The 8 clans are close. Her grandmother and several aunts and sisters-in-law are cousins from other clans, not to mention that her great-grandmother is the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Besides, in the past few years, when the 7 clans other than the Wu family and her great-grandmother who died early were killed, and their offspring died, her grandfather got very angry and confronted the capital government. Qianxuan couldn't help but have a headache for a moment. These 2 children must be saved. After all, the Mo family only has these 2 children left. However, the zombies on the 2nd floor are not as easy to clear as those on the 1st floor. Qianxuan suddenly had an idea and thought of the window mentioned by Yuan before. The zombies on the 1st floor had been cleared away, so she just had to find a way to climb up to the 2nd floor window. That would not be a problem for Qianxuan as a thief. Taking Yuan to the window of the classroom facing the survivors on the 2nd floor, Qianxuan untied Sissy from her back and gently put her on the lawn next to her. Yuan, you watch Sissy. If she's hungry, take food from the travel bag. Qianxuan took out the rope and handed the travel bag to Yuan. Although Yuan was puzzled about where her aunt got the rope from, she still took the travel bag and stood aside obediently. After testing the toughness of the rope and feeling that it would not break halfway, Qianxuan jumped onto the windowsill with a phantom void step. Yuan, who was standing below, was stunned, and then her eyes became bright. Aunt is so powerful. Carefully standing on the windowsill, Qianxuan remembered that the windows seemed to have never been locked when she was in school. She tried it, but she didn't expect it to be really moved. But the people inside were startled by her, and some children by the window turned pale. Qianxuan was a little embarrassed for a while, because her behavior scared the children. Fortunately, someone quickly helped her out of this situation. Hello, I'm Fan Zonglin, the head teacher of this class. May I ask who you are? The man who came over was a middle-aged man, very tall, wearing glasses. He looked very serious and his words were very formal. However, seeing that he was protecting the child who was frightened before, Qianxuan did not feel any bad feelings. Realizing that her current state was a bit impolite, Qianxuan jumped down from the windowsill lightly and said, I'm Wu Qianxuan, and I'm here to find Mo Lingling and Mo Weiwei. What do you want us for? Before the teacher could answer, a childish voice came. Qianxuan looked and saw a petite and cute girl surrounded by several children, but the expression of the child was really not in line with her age, full of stubbornness and defensiveness. And on her shoulder was a girl who looked exactly like her, but she seemed to be unconscious. I'm the aunt of Yuan and Sissy. Yuan and Sissy are downstairs now. Qianxuan was not unhappy about being questioned. After all, it was understandable, based on the child's background. You can go and take a look. No need, I believe you. Lingling believed it easily. She still looked extremely stubborn, but actually felt a little embarrassed in her heart. She began to ignore the other person's appearance, but after a careful look, she realized that she had seen the other person's photo. Qianxuan felt that the child's attitude changed too quickly, but she didn't pursue it too much. Are you going to take them away? Teacher Fan asked at this time. Yes. Thinking that Teacher Fan was a good teacher, she explained again, I'm a retired military officer and I have certain military power. You'd better stay here and wait for rescue, but you may have to suffer for a few days. Is the situation outside serious now? After all, Teacher Fan has more experience, and he does not think that the outside world is the same as before like the previous teachers are. Just like the situation in the school, many government agencies are paralyzed. The water and electricity are cut off, and mobile phones can't communicate. Qianxuan could only speak in general terms, as she had not paid much attention to the details before. Teacher Fan was a little disappointed, but she did not lose her composure. She seemed to be a man of determination. Because time was a little tight, she quickly let Lingling say goodbye to her classmates. After tying one end of the rope around Lingling's waist, Qianxuan stood by the window and let the rope down for her little by little. However, the unconscious Weiwei could not use Lingling's method. Qianxuan could only fix the rope to the window bolt of the classroom, holding Wee in one hand and using the rope as a buffer with the other hand to jump down. Back on the ground, Qianxuan was a little dumbfounded looking at the two unconscious children. She could carry one, but carrying more would affect her flexibility, and she would definitely encounter zombies later. As if seeing Qianxuan's embarrassment, Lingling took the initiative to ask to carry Wee on her back. Although she was a little tempted, Qianxuan refused considering the child's physical strength. After carrying Sissy on her back and holding Wee in one hand, Qianxuan asked Yuan and Lingling to follow her to the middle school. Unlike the ease and speed, when she came alone, Qianxuan could only slow down with a few children with limited physical strength. And unlike Qianxuan, who could not avoid being discovered by zombies, the fresh smell of the children always attracted the lone zombies. Fortunately, the large group of zombies were attracted by the survivors piled together in the teaching building. Although they encountered many zombies, they all appeared one after another. Although her hands and feet were not flexible, it did not prevent Qianxuan from using magic. At first, she was a little busy and confused in order to protect the two children, but she soon adapted to the rhythm of the battle. Holy light bullets, corrosion balls, poison blades, and dimension blades were sent out from her hands one after another, quickly harvesting the heads of zombies. At the same time, she used the holy light screen and intimidation to block the zombies that took advantage of her inattention to get around Yuan and Lingling. From time to time, she used teleportation to get away from the zombies when the zombies approached her. Yuan and Lingling were nervous and scared when they first encountered the zombies, but they relaxed when they found that the zombies could not do anything to them. The two of them put their heads together and chatted about something, but it was not difficult to guess that it was related to Qianxuan from the admiring eyes they occasionally looked up at. Because of the obstruction of the zombies along the way, it took them more than an hour to reach the destination, which should have taken less than 15 minutes. Because it was very easy to find Yuan and Sissy, Qianxuan's nerves, which were originally tense due to worry, relaxed subconsciously. But the scene she saw at this time gave her a blow. Only one of the 3 teaching buildings belonging to the junior high school was still intact. The other 2 buildings, including the teaching building where Qianxuan was, had collapsed for the most part. There were also scattered zombies around, turning over the cement blocks and eating some corpses that were not deeply pressed. Chapter 7. Qianxuan is in trouble. Seeing the scene in front of her, thinking that Qianxuan might also be trapped underneath, Qianxuan felt tears rushing to her eyes. In her trance, Yuan's voice brought her back to reality. Aunt, my brother said yesterday that their junior high school will have a sports meeting this afternoon. After understanding what Yuan meant, Qianxuan's originally demise lit up. When the doomsday comes, Qianxuan might not be in the classroom at all, but outside. But being outdoors is actually not much safer than being indoors, because meteor showers don't have eyes. Even so, Qianxuan was unwilling to give up a glimmer of hope. However, it was already past 7 o'clock and the sky had darkened, but there was no way to continue looking for people. She could only find a safe place to rest for a night and make plans when the sun rose. It took half an hour, and she killed more than a dozen dead on the way, before Qianxuan found a relatively safe empty classroom. After closing the classroom door, blocking it with desks, and putting down the 2 children on her back, Qianxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was actually only a few hours since the doomsday, but she felt as if a long time had passed, and she felt tired. Yuan and Lingling had already merged the desks at the side, and then worked together to carry Sissy and Wee up. After relaxing, Qianxuan remembered the previous question. By the way, why is Wee also unconscious? Although she used her mental power to check and found that the situation was similar to Sissy, it was better to confirm it. I don't know. Looking at Wee who was motionless, Lingling's eyes showed a sadness that did not belong to her age. Could it be that the naked eye cannot see the supernatural power? Qianxuan asked again. Then did anything strange happen when you encountered zombies before? Strange things? Lingling frowned, as if trying to recall. By the way, when Wee was almost bitten by a zombie, she was so scared that she shouted go away, and the zombie really went away. Word spirit? Question mark? Qianxuan was shocked by Lingling's words. The so-called word spirit means language is truth. People who hear it for the first time must think it is amazing, and in fact it is indeed so. However, it is very dangerous for a child to have this kind of power. You should know that children have the worst self-control, but words need to be controlled the most. Otherwise, they may lose control and hurt innocent people, or even backfire on themselves. Qianxuan had a headache for a while, but she couldn't think of any effective method. In the end, she could only feed Wee Wee half a bottle of the creation spring water, and comforted herself that Wee Wee and Lingling were twins, and she should be a calm and well-behaved child. Of course, the situation afterwards made her understand how big the gap between reality and dreams was. As soon as she came to her senses, Qianxuan was startled by the gaze staring at her. Fortunately, she discovered the situation in time, and did not lose her composure. Thinking that she was the one who asked the question first, but she remained silent because of the thoughts in her mind, and seeing the anxiety and uneasiness in Lingling's eyes, Qianxuan comforted her. Don't worry, Wee Wee just awakened her superpowers, and she will wake up almost tomorrow morning. Obviously, Qianxuan's words were very important to Lingling, and she felt relieved all of a sudden, but she also found a term that interested her, superpower. Yuan, who had been very quiet, also cast an interested look at Qianxuan. Is it the magic-like thing that you used to kill zombies before? What is a magic-like thing? It's magic, okay. Qianxuan was confused, thinking that they would come into contact with it sooner or later. Instead of letting them guess blindly, it would be better to popularize it to them first. Aunt used magic, and the fireball thrown by Sissy and Weaver's ability to make zombies go away are superpowers. In addition, there are fighting spirit, internal force and mental strength, as well as some uncommon professions, such as thieves, archers and priests in similar games. Then can Yuan become powerful too? Yuan, who was obviously a little confused, pointed directly at the target. Lingling also cast an expectant and anxious look, obviously with the same question as Yuan. That depends on talent. Qianxuan deliberately did not answer the question directly. Yuan frowned. Does Yuan have talent? Lingling beside her also became a little tangled. Seeing Yuan's cheeks bulging, the baby fat on her face becoming more obvious, the delicate and beautiful facial features tangled together, and the furry head, Qianxuan exclaimed in her heart that she was so cute, but her face was still serious. I don't know. But Qianxuan made another big turn. This time she was really serious. Everyone has his strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has his strengths and weaknesses. I believe that, even if you can't awaken your superpowers, you will definitely have talents in other aspects that others can't match. She didn't want the two children to be jealous in the future because they didn't awaken their superpowers. Even if it was only a little, it would affect the pure feelings between them. Although there seemed to be no such trend, she still took a shot of prevention first. Yuan and Lingling were not aware of Qianxuan's deep meaning and were relatively happy. Besides, talent alone is useless, and unremitting efforts are also needed. Qianxuan poured cold water on them again. The two nodded solemnly, looking like little adults. Qianxuan didn't care. It was usually easier said than done. Then they listened to what happened after the apocalypse, and listened to Yuan complain about her grievances and act coquettishly a few times. Lingling, probably because they were not familiar with each other, just watched enviously from the side. Qianxuan noticed it, but did not make any extra movements. Sometimes children have strong self-esteem. When she found out that it was 9 o'clock, Qianxuan urged them to go to bed. Fortunately, it was summer now, so there was no need to worry about catching a cold at night. They were all so tired, and the two children fell asleep soon. Qianxuan was not sleepy at all, and was worried about whether Qianxuan had a place to sleep peacefully. On the other side, Qianxuan didn't know that his aunt was worried about him, but he himself could not save himself. In the dim equipment room, there were dozens of people sitting or standing, and these people were vaguely divided into two groups. On one side were 3 men and 1 woman, one of whom was a handsome boy lying unconscious on the ground, his face a little blue. Next to him was a tall and handsome boy squatting. The standing boy and girl looked very similar, but the boy was gentle and elegant, while the girl was cold as ice. The two boys and the girl were vaguely protecting the boy on the ground behind them. On the other side, there were many people, mostly junior high school students, and there was also a tall and strong adult man, who should be a teacher. There was such a big difference in the number of people, but it was not a one-sided situation. Yi-Chan, you are really a piece of shit. You are a teacher, but you actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. The squatting boy cursed at the man. The handsome face, that should have been full of sunshine, was now full of anger and contempt. What despicable and shameless? I'm thinking about others. Wu Yixin was caught by the zombies, and he will become a zombie sooner or later. At that time, we will all become his food. The physical education teacher who originally acted without airs and had a generous personality said righteously. Bah. Yuan Chang ignored his upbringing and spat at the other side. If you hadn't used Yixin as a shield, would Yixin have been caught by the zombies with his skills? And you guys are so heartless. Yuan Chang turned his fire to the junior high school students on the opposite side. Many of you were saved by Yixin, but now you agree to throw Yixin out to feed the zombies for your own selfish desires. What do you think the guy named Yi is? If he can use Yixin as a shield, he can naturally use you as a shield. Okay, say less. Lu Chen opened his mouth as if to blame, but the next sentence revealed his true intention. No matter how much you say, it's useless. When they become zombies, they will understand your good intentions, and then they will thank you. The junior high school students on the opposite side shuddered at the same time, and subconsciously took a few steps away from Yi-Chan. It's a blatant attempt to sow discord, isn't it? Yuan Chang shouted in his heart that he was black-bellied, but his face was obedient and anxious. Even Lu Zhi twitched her lips at her brother's behavior. But Lu Chen didn't pay attention to the thoughts of his companions and sister. He looked lukewarm, as if everything was under his control, but in fact he had no idea. Although Yixin didn't turn into a zombie immediately after being caught by the zombies, he was still unconscious. It was unknown whether he could survive. Yi-Chan on the opposite side knew that Lu Chen was trying to sow discord, but he didn't dare to get angry. Looking at Lu Zhi's ice blue eyes, a trace of fear flashed in Yi-Chan's eyes, but soon turned into resentment. There are people like this in the world. It was obviously he who wronged others first, but he resented others after others fought back. But Wu Yixin, the central figure of the incident, didn't have the energy to pay attention to the disputes in the equipment room. His body was like a battlefield, accommodating the confrontation between two forces. Every collision of forces made his body hurt, as if it was cut in half. It was difficult at first, but slowly he actually got used to it. As a result, the extreme pain turned into extreme soreness and numbness, making him want to sleep uncomfortably, but he didn't dare to sleep. This repetition was really torture. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Qianxuan protects her shortcomings. Qianxuan woke up from her sleep when the sky was still grey. She slept very uneasily that night, and she had repeated dreams of Xingxin's tragic death, either being bitten by zombies or being hit by meteorites. She still remembers that in the dream, Xingxin was crushed by a meteorite, and almost black blood flowed from her body. She shook her head to get rid of the dream scenes that were still in her mind. Seeing that the children were still sleeping, Qianxuan entered the space to wash up. When she came out, she had a bunch of toiletries and food in her hands. She was in a hurry yesterday and even forgot to eat dinner, so the amount of food she took out was very sufficient. There was a slight sound next to her, and Qianxuan looked over. It turned out that Sissy was the first to wake up. I slept so well, Sissy stretched and muttered, and her confused and cute appearance made Qianxuan laugh. Hearing the laughter, Sissy turned around and looked over. Auntie? Seeing him staring with eyes wide open and looking dazed, Qianxuan walked over and poked his head. Why do you look unhappy when you see me? No. As if she suddenly reacted, Sissy hung on Qianxuan's body and pinched a strand of Qianxuan's hair. But auntie, why did your hair become like this? And your eyes too. You're still talking about me, but you're the same. Qianxuan threw her a macup mirror. pulled him off her body, and handed him a set of toiletries, asking him to go wash up. Not caring about Sissy, who was fussing at herself in the mirror, Qianxuan handed a set of toiletries to Lingling and Yuan, who woke up one after another and sent them to wash up with Sissy. Seeing Sissy wake up, Yuan happily came over to talk to him, and even the calm Lingling showed a happy expression. When the three children finished washing up, even Wee woke up. The child was obviously impatient. Seeing that she was the only one waiting, he quickly grabbed the toiletries and finished them in a few seconds. As soon as he saw Wee finished washing up, Sissy looked at the food piled on the desk and kept shouting that she was hungry. When Qianxuan shouted to start eating, he immediately grabbed the bread closest to him, tore open the package and started eating. Wee was the only one who looked like a starving ghost like him. Yuan and Lingling were scared at first, and then immediately sped up their eating speed, fearing that their food would be snatched away. Only Qianxuan maintained a normal speed, and ate her own breakfast slowly. At first Qianxuan didn't care, just thought they were starving. But soon she found something wrong, because half of the food she took out had been eaten, but the two of them still didn't slow down their eating speed. Could it be that after the superpowers transform the body, a lot of food is needed? Looking at the normal Yuan and Lingling, Qianxuan could only make such a guess. An hour later, Qianxuan had already taken out food several times. Only after Yuan and Lingling, who had already finished their meals, stared in amazement did they slow down their eating speed. Even so, Sissy and Wee took half an hour to finish their meals. Seeing this, Lingling, as the elder sister, asked, Wee, don't you feel full after eating so much? Not at all. Wee burped with satisfaction and said to Lingling, I feel very comfortable, not that hungry feeling anymore. Sissy nodded in agreement. Children are innocent after all. They don't think that Sissy and Wee are doing this well. Instead, they envy them for being able to eat more delicious food. Even Lingling, who is precocious, is like this. If an adult saw this situation, seeing Sissy's dark red eyes, the fiery red color sandwiched in her black hair, and Wee's golden eyes, they would definitely think that they are monsters in their hearts. Of course, Qianxuan is an exception. After an hour and a half of breakfast, it was already past 6 o'clock and the sky was bright. It was almost time for them to go look for Qianxuan. Is there any house near your school playground where we can hide? Qianxuan lowered her head and asked the four children. I know, there are teachers' dormitories, sports equipment rooms and radio stations there. The careful Yuan answered her question. Qianxuan was not sure which of the three places Qianxuan would be. Of course, she subconsciously eliminated any of the three places where Qianxuan was not. I think Qianxuan should be in the equipment room. Lingling said. What do you mean? Qianxuan did not ignore her opinion, just because Lingling was a child. Lingling was a little happy that Qianxuan respected her opinion, but she didn't show it on her face. When Teacher Fan brought us to watch the inter-school sports meeting, we observed that the equipment room is closest to the playground and is most likely to have no zombies. Although the teacher's dormitory is only a little farther than the equipment room, there must be many zombies. The radio station is far away and there may be zombies, and they may get the key to the equipment room because of the sports meeting, but they definitely don't have the keys to the other two places. Listening to the girl's clear reasoning, Qianxuan looked at her with a new eye. Then let's go to the equipment room. This time, Lingling couldn't help the expression on her face, and her eyes narrowed happily. The red face and the crescent eyes made Qianxuan couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Lingling was a little shy, but she felt very happy in her heart, and she unconsciously rubbed Qianxuan's palm. On the other side, Qianxuan's heart was in danger. Even bystanders could see that his condition was getting worse, and his face, which was originally just a little blue, was covered with a layer of black hair. Yuan Chang, Lu Chen and Lu Zhi were secretly anxious on one side, while the people on the other side began to get scared. Silence began to spread, and no one knew who was crying, because they couldn't stand the pressure. Fear can sometimes be contagious. With one person taking the lead, many people started crying. After all, they were still junior high school students, and had never experienced setbacks. At this moment, the negative emotions caused by the sudden changes in their lives all broke out under the guidance line. At this moment, Yu Yichuan felt that his chance for revenge had come. He stood in the crowd and instigated, "Why should we be the food of Wu Yixin after he becomes a zombie? Get him out." At this time, those junior high school students no longer had the ability to think clearly. After the fear, they became crazy. One by one, they stopped crying and shouted, "Get him out." At this time, these junior high school students forgot that they were afraid of Lu Zhi's superpowers before, and pushed Yuan Chang and others to the door. They were frightened by the madness of those junior high school students, and because they had to protect Yixin, they could only step back. At the same time, Yu Yichuan opened the door and wanted to get Yuan Chang and others out. Qianxuan, who had just arrived, saw the scene inside through the open door. In an instant, Qianxuan's eyes were full of murderous intent. At the same time, a holy light screen was thrown out, rebounding the junior high school students who were pushing and shoving. Qianxuan quickly jumped to Zinzin's side and helped him up. Looking at Zinzin's dark face, Qianxuan frowned. "What's going on?" While speaking, her mental power had begun to scan Zinzin's body. Yuan Chang, who recognized Qianxuan, breathed a sigh of relief and heard her question and became angry again. "It's all that bastard." If he hadn't pushed Yixin out to block the zombies, Yixin wouldn't have been caught by the zombies. Following Yuan Chang's finger, he looked at Yu Yichuan, and Yu Yichuan felt Qianxuan's cold gaze and subconsciously wanted to escape, but he had already fallen. At this time, a poisonous blade that was still dissipating was inserted between his eyebrows, and his eyes were open with a blank look, as if he didn't know how he died. Lu Chen and others began to find it hard to accept her killing so lightly, but when they thought of the current situation and the tribesmen who were killed, they immediately hardened their hearts. Yuan Yian and Sissy were instilled with the idea that what aunt says is right, and we should support what aunt does by their family, since they were young. They didn't think there was anything wrong with aunt killing people. Besides, isn't that a bad person? Qianxuan didn't care about other people's thoughts at this time. She was thinking about Xingxin. Xingxin's body was in very bad condition. The collision of the two forces caused him great harm. One of them was obviously a zombie virus, which had great destructive power, and the other one was the awakened superpower of Xingxin. It should not be underestimated, and it was evenly matched with the former. In order to drive away the zombie virus that was extremely harmful to the body, the superpowers had no energy to take care of Xingxin's body. So although Xingxin's body was not invaded by zombies, it was destroyed. If this goes on, even if Xingxin can survive in the end, his body will be so damaged that there will be limited room for improvement in his strength in the future. He fed Xingxin half a bottle of the creation spring water, and then gave him a purification potion with a painful heart. It's not that she was stingy with the divine potion, it was just that the purification potion was not easy to make. Not only did it require a variety of precious medicinal materials, but it also took 30 years of sleepless watching over a potion, and only 3 could be extracted. She only had 2 in stock, and now only 1 was left. Chapter 9 Return Home. The purification potion was indeed worthy of its name as a god-level potion. In less than 2 minutes, the dark blue gas on Xingxin's face receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Chang, Lu Chen and Lu Zhi, who were watching from the side, were all delighted, and the fear that had been suppressed in their hearts disappeared without a trace. The scan showed that the damage in Xingxin's body was healing rapidly, and the domineering zombie viruses were also retreating all the way, and began to be forced out of the body from the wounds caught by the zombies. Seeing that Xingxin's condition had stabilized, Qianxuan said to Lu Chen on the side, "You carry Xingxin on your back, let's find a car and go back quickly." Hearing that they were leaving, the group of junior high school students who were too scared to speak by Yu Yichuan's death began to persuade Yuan Chang and the others to stay. Looking at the classmates who were surrounding him and chattering about how dangerous it was outside, Yuan Chang felt inexplicably sad. He knew that they were not really worried about his safety, but wanted him to stay to protect them with a certain amount of force. It would be even better if Lu Zhi and Sister Xuan could stay. Rarely, he did not curse, but walked silently to Qianxuan's side. Lu Chen carried Yixin on his back without saying a word, ignoring the students around who were still trying to keep him. As for Qianxuan and Lu Zhi, the students who had woken up from their madness did not have the courage to approach them. In addition to Lu Chen who carried Yixin, Lu Zhi picked up Lingling, Yuan Chang picked up Yuan Nian, and Qianxuan wanted to pick up Wei Wei, but she refused. Thinking that Sissy and Wei Wei were now stronger than adults, Qianxuan did not insist. Just like that, the few people ignored the selfish retention behind them and walked all the way to the school gate. There seemed to be more zombies on the road, but they were still able to deal with them easily. Qianxuan's magic and Lu Zhi's ice arrows came together. Yuan Chang used the Swiss Army knife to deal with the zombies they missed, and even Sissy followed and threw fireballs. Wei Wei could only stare blankly at the side because she had promised Qianxuan not to use her superpowers for the time being, and she said she was an obedient child. After they walked out of the school gate, they began to look for a suitable car. They found several cars, but they were either too small or there were no car keys in the car. Qianxuan's eyes lit up when she saw a bus parked next to the bus stop. Buses are great. Not only are they big enough and have car keys, but they can also run over zombies and drive past. Maybe they can still use them when they drive back. Qianxuan entered the car through the half-open door and waved to the people behind her to follow. Looking at the empty car and seeing the car keys inserted in front of the driver's seat, Qianxuan was very lucky in her heart that there was not a single zombie. Lu Chen chose a seat and put Yixin down on his back. He also sat next to him. Others also found seats that they were satisfied with. Because she was the only one who could drive, Qianxuan naturally occupied the driver's seat. Because she hadn't driven for more than a year, Qianxuan was a little unfamiliar when she first started, and the car drove crookedly. Fortunately, the apocalypse came at noon, not during the rush hour, so there were not many cars on the road, and car collisions were avoided. However, when the bus drove a few hundred meters, Qianxuan's hand feeling returned, and the bus drove quickly and steadily towards the old house. I didn't pay attention to the zombies following the car. Anyway, the zombies were not able to catch up with the speed of the car at the current speed. While driving the bus, Qianxuan distractedly asked Lu Zhi who was sitting next to her, Zhi, when did your superpowers awaken? Lu Zhi, who was eating the cake in her hand elegantly and quickly, swallowed the food in her mouth after hearing Qianxuan's question, drank a sip of mineral water, and replied, before the doomsday, I had a low fever and passed out. When it got dark, my brother carried me to the junior high school to find Yixin and Yuan Chang. At that time, Yixin was also caught by zombies and fell into a coma. They took the two of us to hide in the equipment room. When I woke up, my brother and others were arguing. Dozens of people, led by Yixin, forced them to throw Yixin out. The situation was very unfavorable to us. I was anxious at the time and sent out an ice arrow. Qianxuan was a little surprised by the answer she got. She thought that Zhi was in a coma for a shorter time because she was already 16 years old and her body was not as plastic as Sissy and Wei Wei, who were children. Unexpectedly, their awakening process was completely different, and Zhi's situation was somewhat similar to hers. Qianxuan frowned slightly. Zhi, did you feel hungry after you woke up? There was no change in your body? Seeing Qianxuan's cautiousness about this question, Lu Zhi thought for a while and said, no, my body seems to be more flexible than before, but it's not very obvious. If Sister Xuan didn't ask, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. It was completely different from Sissy and Wei Wei's situation. Qianxuan had a guess in her mind, but she still needed to verify it. Sister Xuan, Lu Zhi was a little uneasy, and she also found that her situation was very different from Sissy and Wei Wei. Is there something wrong with my superpower? Noticing Lu Zhi's emotions, Qianxuan quickly comforted her. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your superpower. It's just that it may not be a superpower at all, but another power system. Let's discuss the details when we get home. Hearing that there was no problem with her superpower, Lu Zhi was relieved to eat. You know, although she didn't have the strong sense of hunger like Sissy and Wei Wei, she had already missed 2 meals and was starving. The same was true for Yuan Chang and Lu Chen, who were in the same situation, but one ate boldly and the other ate gently. Several children gathered together to look at the scene outside the window, chattering and talking incoherently. In this way, the 15-minute journey was completed very smoothly. The red bus drove on the empty tree-lined driveway, and the children in the car excitedly leaned against the glass windows. Even Qianxuan and the others were eagerly looking forward to the appearance of their homes. There had never been such a moment. After such thrills and difficulties, they missed their homes and their lovely relatives so much. Finally, at the end of the road, the old house belonging to the 8 major clans appeared, and the people in the house seemed to have heard the sound of the car engine and opened the heavy door. When the bus drove into the mansion and stopped steadily, many people were already waiting in front of the door. But, seeing the children coming out safely, Liu Yan excitedly said 3 good words in a row. She was so worried that she couldn't sleep at all that night and could only chatter about the children's interesting stories to the old man, who couldn't sleep either. Although Wu Yun, who was standing next to him, did not show his joy like Liu Yun. His originally stiff back relaxed. Grandpa and Grandma, Qianxuan is back. Qianxuan was the first to step forward and hug the 2 elders. At this time, even Wu Yuan could no longer pretend to be calm. Together with Liu Yun, he hugged his most beloved granddaughter tightly, fearing that the scene in front of him was just a dream. Qianxuan's eldest sister-in-law Kan Ruofei was worried and excited and went forward to check on the unconscious Yixin. It was not until she heard Lu Chen say that Yixin was fine that she relaxed and shed tears of joy. The second and third sisters-in-law also excitedly stepped forward to hug Yuan and Sissy, and the others also comforted the excited mothers. Yuan Chang, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Lingling, and Wei Wei were watching from the side with envy. It would be great if their family members were still there. Their 2 generations and many brothers and sisters were killed by design. Even the brothers and sisters who survived were arranged by the Wu family to escape to other provinces for safety. Even they needed the protection of the Wu family to prevent those enemies from taking action. Yuan Chang, Lu Zhi and Lu Chen were relatively lucky, at least they still had an older brother alive. Lingling and Wei Wei only had each other left, and the custody was won by Wu Yuan himself, who made a scene in the government every other day for more than half a year. However, they still suffered a lot in that half a year. One became indifferent, and the other became irritable. When everyone's emotions calmed down, the people who were hugging each other also separated. Qianxuan had time to observe the relatives who appeared, and found that her parents were not there. In addition to her grandparents, her 3rd uncle, 4th uncle and aunts were all there, and her 4th brother, 5th brother and 9th brother and 4 sisters-in-law were all at home. But her 2 younger brothers were not at home. The Wu family is a big family. The oldest generation is Qianxuan's grandparents. Qianxuan's father is the eldest son, and he has 5 younger brothers. Among them, the 2nd uncle and the 3rd uncle are the sons of the deceased uncle. Qianxuan has 9 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. From oldest to youngest, they are Qian Chang, Qian Fang, Qian Ming, Qian Kong, Qian Yun, Qian Sheng, Qian Lan, Qian Jun, Qian Qiu, Qian Yu, and Qian Zhao. Among them, the eldest and 4th brothers are her biological brothers. The 2nd and 6th brothers are the sons of her 2nd uncle. The 3rd and 9th brothers are the sons of her 3rd uncle. The 5th and 11th brothers are the sons of her 4th uncle. The 7th brother is the son of her 5th uncle. And the 8th and 12th brothers are the sons of her 6th uncle. The 4 oldest brothers are married and have 6 nephews. From oldest to youngest, Yixin, Irian, Sansi, Sijin, Wufu, Liushan. Qianxuan is the only girl in the 4 generations of the Wu family. In addition, she is the baby born when her mother was nearly 40 years old, which shows how much she is favored at home. Chapter 10 Current Situation and Plans. Grandma, where is the 3rd brother? Qianxuan was puzzled after not seeing the figure of the 3rd brother, after searching for several times. You know, although her 3rd brother has the title of Director of the 9th Department of Supernatural Powers, he only needs to keep his subordinates from causing trouble. And if someone dares to cause trouble for a demon like the 3rd brother, Qianxuan will definitely regard that person as an idol. The lazy 3rd brother often exploits his subordinates and divides his own tasks among others. He will never take action unless it is absolutely necessary, so he is usually the one who has the most at home. Alas, Liu Yuan's brows, which had just been relaxed, frowned again. I don't know what happened. Qianming easily solved the zombies that the servants turned into before, but then he fell into a coma for no reason. Your fourth uncle and I can't figure out the reason for the coma. Coma again. But this time Qianxuan didn't start to worry immediately. She always felt that a demon like the third brother would not be so easy to get into trouble. Poor Wu Qianming. He didn't know that his most beloved sister was not worried at all when he was in a coma, and the reason was so unreliable. After seeing the unconscious third brother and scanning him with mental power, she was even less worried. It's okay, Grandma. The third brother is just in a coma because of the advancement of his superpowers and the transformation of his body. He will wake up soon, Qianxuan said to the worried grandma. Of course, she didn't say that it might not only be the advancement, but also the mutation of superpowers. Of course, Qianxuan didn't forget to give the third brother the water of good fortune. After that, Qianxuan and the others went back to their rooms to rest. After changing the clothes that were stained with the stench of killing zombies, Qianxuan put on pajamas and slept soundly on the soft big bed. When she was woken up by the servants and entered the dining room, she found that the third brother and Xingxin were awake. Qianxuan's mood, which was already good because of a good sleep, became even better. Before she had time to greet the two, the grandma over there announced that dinner was served. Because the 8 major clans follow the rule of no talking while eating at the dinner table, Qianxuan could only give the two a look that said talk after eating. After finishing lunch silently, everyone moved to the living room. The slightly hot tea took a sip, leaving a refreshing fragrance on the tip of the tongue. Qianxuan squinted her eyes in enjoyment and said leisurely, "How is the damage to the house at home? Is anyone injured?" "It's okay." Second Aunt Zhang Hu said, "The wall and garden are seriously damaged. People have been sent to repair them. Other places are fine. Several houses of the other 7 clans collapsed, but fortunately no one lived in them, so no one was killed. But now there is a shortage of manpower, so we can only repair it later. The injured servants are all fine. Proper arrangements have been made. They will recover after a period of rest." As an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Second Aunt has always been good at handling internal affairs and has a smooth personality. Fortunately, she is on vacation at home, otherwise Grandma would have to step in. The other aunts are impatient with these things. After learning a little about the family situation, Qianxuan got to the point. "I think everyone has understood the current situation. The end of the world has really arrived. It was not originally my turn as a junior to take the lead, but because of a special incident that happened to me, I think it is more appropriate for me to arrange it." Although a few people were puzzled about what the so-called special incident was, they did not interrupt Qianxuan's words, but continued to listen to her. "You may think that the current situation is not bad, and it will take at most a few years to return to the original state. You must abandon this idea, because the end of the world has just begun, and these are just appetizers. I'm sure that those zombies will definitely evolve, and there will definitely be other enemies that threaten human survival in the future. The only thing we can do is to find a way to obtain more survival supplies and work hard to become stronger." As she spoke, Qianxuan took out an exquisite silver box from the space warehouse and put it on the table in front of her. "This box is related to the special incident that happened to me before." Qianxuan cut her finger while speaking. Someone around her wanted to stand up to stop her, but she stopped her with her eyes and endured the pain and let the blood drip into the pattern above the box. "I couldn't concentrate for nearly a year before, and I didn't even know the reason. In order not to worry you, I insisted on retiring from the army and moving out. 2 weeks ago, I started to have a low fever, and it was not until the end of the world that I recovered. At the same time, I recovered my memories of my previous life." Next, Qianxuan briefly described her identity in her previous life. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that the world is full of wonders. They were more curious about the wonders of other worlds and the world of inheritance, but they didn't think Qianxuan was any different from before. Qianxuan, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that her family would suddenly look at her with strange eyes. At this time, Qianxuan's blood had filled the pattern on the box. The lifeless blood seemed to suddenly come alive and float, and then it became less and less, as if it was absorbed by the box, until it disappeared. Then, the box emitted a faint silver light, and then opened in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Although they had heard Qianxuan say it, this unreasonably picture still made them unable to accept it for a while. Looking at the densely packed rings in the box, Qianxuan said, "This box and the 1180 rings inside were made by the ancestors of my mother's family in my previous life at a high price. However, because they are bound to the inheritance realm, only people in the family, who are recognized as the master by the soul of the inheritance realm can use them. They have never been used. These rings are all space props. Because they use rare empty dark stones, and are made by god level foundries, the space of each ring is very large. The most special thing about these rings, is that if the owner of the ring dies, the ring will automatically return to the box." Qianxuan took the lead, in taking off the silver blue hollow ring in the middle of the box, and put it on the middle finger of her left hand. The ring automatically adjusted to a suitable size. In fact, she did not need space props, because she had the inheritance realm, but if she did not wear it, others could not wear it. Each of you choose one you like, and then drip blood to recognize the master. Qianxuan pushed the box in front of the grandparents next to her. The grandparents did not choose specifically, but just randomly chose 2 stone blue ones. In fact, there was nothing to choose from these rings except the color. They were all styles that could be worn by both men and women. As for the flowers carved on them, they were only found in Sadia, and were completely unknown on Earth. The uncles and brothers also picked them out quickly like grandpa and grandma. The rest were either women or children, so it took a while. After everyone had chosen their rings, Qianxuan put away the box. As for the other family members who were not present, they could only wait until next time to let them choose. Seeing that everyone was curiously putting things in and out with the space ring, Qianxuan continued, "While the danger outside is relatively low, we should collect as many supplies as possible, and the space ring brings us great convenience. But we must also be careful not to show off our wealth. Without power, it will only lead to fatal disasters. And what I'm most worried about is the safety of my family. You know, in peacetime, the capital government has tried every means to put our 8 clans to death. I find it hard to believe that they will not do something dirty during the chaos of the doomsday. We are relatively safe, but those clansmen outside are in danger. We must find them as soon as possible and bring them back. At the same time, we must become really strong ourselves. In this regard, we have a great advantage. Others only have one way to awaken superpowers. But we have more choices. Superpowers, magic, fighting spirit, internal strength. There is always one that suits us." In an instant, many people cast their bright eyes on Qianxuan, especially the 4th brother Wu Qiankang, the 5th brother Wu Qianan and the 9th brother Wu Qianqiu, who were a little disappointed because they did not awaken superpowers. Yuan Chang and Lu Chen were not far behind. Qianxuan felt goosebumps all over her body for a moment, and continued with a stiff upper lip. "Let's put those aside for now. The most important thing now is the safety of the outsiders. Excluding a few who have strong fighting power and are in a relatively reliable environment for the time being, the following people are in a very dangerous situation. As the 2nd brother of the mayor of S City and the 2nd uncle who is a senior official of J province, I don't need to explain the reasons. Qian Yu and Qian Zhao, the 2 of them went to the tourist city H City for a trip, which must be the place with the most zombies and the least food. Yuan Chang's brother Yuan Zhu, he is in poor health, and has always had limited fighting power. He is also a professor at the University of N City, and there must be a lot of zombies there. Shi Lei and Shi Quan of the Shi family have some fighting power. The 2 brothers go to college in S City, and the most troublesome thing is that they are both road idiots. Lu Ju, the brother of Lu Zhi and Lu Chen, went to K City to participate in the auto show. That kid is too naive. Even if he has strong fighting power, he can be easily deceived and killed. Zhuang Ze from the Zhuang family, he is doing arms business in Y City. Although he has enough fighting power, he has many enemies, and he is afraid of being attacked when he is down. And Zhu Shasha from the Zhu family now lives in the countryside of the capital. Her fighting power is very low, and she is beautiful, so she can be said to be the most dangerous. Everyone's mood fell as Qianxuan told her story. Chapter 11 Talent Test. For a moment, everyone's mood dropped to the bottom. While they were far away from danger, their relatives were in trouble. The most unacceptable thing was that they had no way to help. Then we can use a helicopter to pick them up. Qianxuan said what he thought was a good idea. No. Before Qianxuan could speak, the fifth brother Qianxuan refused. Now the mobile phone can't communicate. We don't know their specific location, and the change in the process of finding people is too big. It is very likely to get ourselves into trouble. The others nodded in agreement, and Qianxuan did not say anything. Let's not talk about saving people for now. After all, it is a huge process, and it can't be done in a day or two. Wait until the fifth uncle comes back, and we will discuss it. Now the first thing we have to do is to improve our strength. Only strength is the foundation of everything. When Qianxuan mentioned her fifth uncle, no one objected. Qianxuan's fifth uncle Wu Wansen is the head of the general staff. Unlike the handsome men and pretty women of the other Wu family members, her fifth uncle has a common face without any characteristics, just like a genetic mutation. But contrary to his appearance, his IQ is that he has wisdom that others cannot match. He has made many amazing battlefield plans and commands. Because of his unpredictable mind, he was given the name Ghost Strategy by the enemy. Qianxuan took out 3 crystal balls with different characteristics from the space and placed them on the table, waving at Lu Zhi. Xiaozi, come here and put your hand on this crystal ball. Lu Zhi didn't understand, but still walked over and put her hand on the first crystal ball on her left hand as Qianxuan said. It can be seen with the naked eye that a vivid ice blue color jumped out from the mist in the crystal ball, and then the ice blue color became stronger and stronger, and finally filled the entire crystal ball. The people around were amazed. Only Qianxuan felt that it was expected. Qianxuan signaled Lu Zhi to put her hand on the second crystal ball. This time, unlike the first crystal ball, it started with red, then soared to orange, yellow, green, and cyan, and stopped changing when it became cyan. Without Qianxuan saying anything, Lu Zhi took the initiative to put her hand on the third crystal ball, but nothing changed. Everyone turned their eyes to Qianxuan, waiting for her explanation. Qianxuan continued to speak calmly. The first crystal ball is to test magic talent and attributes. The second crystal ball is to test mental talent. And the third crystal ball is to test fighting spirit talent. Zhi's test result is top level ice magic talent, high mental power, and no fighting spirit talent at all. From this, it can be seen that Lu Zhi did not awaken superpowers, but magic. Those who have not awakened do not mean that you do not have superpowers and magical talents. Those who awakened when the doomsday just came can only be said to have talents at the top. Next, everyone took the test one after another, and the results were better than Qianxuan expected. Grandfather Wu Yuan has a medium magic talent in the water element. His mental power is high level cyan, and his fighting spirit talent is high level fire attribute. Grandma Liu Yan has a high magic talent in the water element. Her mental power is high level cyan, and she has no fighting spirit talent. Second Aunt Zhang Hu, who has a high magic talent in the wind element. Her mental power is high level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is medium level earth attribute. Third Uncle Wu Wancheng has a very low magic talent, and his mental power is only medium level green, but his fighting spirit talent is high level water attribute. Third Aunt Minna has a medium magic talent in the fire element. Her mental power is high level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is high level wind attribute. Fourth Uncle Wu Wanyan has a high magic talent in the water element. Her mental power is high level purple, and her fighting spirit talent is low level earth attribute. Fourth Aunt Zuchun has a high magic talent in the wind element. Her mental power is high level purple, and she has no fighting spirit talent. Fifth Aunt Lian Sheng has a high magic talent in the earth element. Her mental power is high level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is high level wind attribute. Sixth Aunt Lizia is a high level water magic talent. Her mental power is high level cyan, and she has no fighting spirit talent. Eldest sister-in-law Khan Ruofei has no magic talent. Her mental power is medium level green, but her fighting spirit talent is top level fire attribute. Second sister-in-law Ruan Ming is a medium level earth magic talent. Her mental power is high level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is medium wind attribute. Third brother Wu Qianming is a high-level wind magic talent. Her mental power is high-level purple, and her fighting spirit talent is high dark attribute. Third sister-in-law Xin Shishi is a top-level light magic talent. Her mental power is high-level purple, and she has no fighting spirit talent. Fourth brother Wu Qiankong is a high-level water magic talent. Her mental power is high-level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is medium wind attribute. Fourth sister-in-law Yanzu is a high-level earth magic talent. Her mental power is high-level cyan, and her fighting spirit talent is medium water attribute. Fifth brother Wu Qianian is a high-level fire magic talent. Her mental power is high-level purple, and he has no fighting spirit talent. Ninth brother Wu Qian Qiu has a medium magic talent in the earth system, a medium mental power of yellow, and a high water attribute talent. Lu Chen has a high magic talent in the wind system, a high mental power of cyan, and a medium fire attribute talent. Yuan Chang has a medium magic talent in the fire system, a medium mental power of green, and a high thunder attribute talent. Wu Yixin has a medium magic talent in the wind system, a high mental power of cyan, and a medium fire attribute talent. Wu Iryuan has a high magic talent in the water system, a medium mental power of green, and no fighting spirit talent. Wu Sanxi has a medium magic talent in the thunder system, a medium mental power of yellow, and a high wind attribute talent. Imolingling has a high magic talent in the ice system, a high mental power of cyan, and no fighting spirit talent. Emma Weiwei has a high magic talent in the fire system, a medium mental power of green, and a medium wind attribute talent. As for Wu Sijin, Wu Wufu, and Wu Lishan, who are only 1 year old, they were not tested because they were too young. Even so, Qian Zuan was very surprised. You know, in Sadia, half of the people have fighting spirit talent, but only 1 in 1,000 have magic talent. She would have been surprised if more than 5 people had magic talent, but the situation was completely beyond her expectations. The descendants of the 8 major clans present basically have magic talent. It's just a matter of degree. This made her wonder, could it be that the 8 major clans existed when the earth was still the original star, and they have some special bloodline? Since there were too many people who needed to learn magic theory, it was not the 2 or 3 cats she expected. Qian Zuan gave up her original plan to teach them personally, and left everyone with a large number of elementary magic books and several fighting spirit secrets of various attributes. Before everyone plunged into the sea of books, Qian Zuan said, "I'll give you half a day. During this half day, you can make a plan for your future path, whether it's practicing magic or fighting spirit. I hope you can make the most effective plan for yourself. Also, I hope that each of you can practice internal strength, because it's like a panacea that can bring many unexpected conveniences. The threshold for internal strength is relatively low. As long as your meridians are not cut off, you can practice it. It's just a matter of talent. Because I have just started practicing, I can't test your talent. You should practice this basic mental method first, and then come to me for a mental method that suits you better, after you have laid a good foundation. Tomorrow, we will all go out to collect supplies. Except for Grandpa and Grandma and the young Junjun, Afu and Xiaoshan, no one else can be exempted." The second sister-in-law raised an opinion. Should you and Yuan and the others stay at home too? No. This time it was the third brother who objected. Our situation will become more and more difficult in the future. If we protect them too well now, it will be more dangerous when the situation becomes serious and we can't take care of them. It is better to let them adapt to the changed world while the situation is still controllable. Ruan Ming just tried to ask, without much hope in his heart. But sometimes, as a mother, even as a rigorous lawyer, she can't avoid being soft-hearted. Next, everyone quieted down to learn those unfamiliar theories. Qian Zuan was also busy and needed to answer the questions they didn't understand. Everyone was very serious, including several children who couldn't sit still. But Qian Zuan found that her grandparents were a little absent-minded. "Grandpa and Grandma, what's wrong?" Qian Zuan walked over and asked softly. Liu Yuan looked at the others and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. Then she spoke, Zuan, tell me the truth. Your grandfather and I are so old. Is it too late to start practicing? Will it be a burden to you when the time comes?" Wu Yuan next to her also stared at her granddaughter and waited for an answer. They had been strong all their lives, protecting a large family and the descendants of the 8 major clans. They were not afraid of anything, but they were afraid of dragging down the children. It would be better to be buried early. Anyway, the 2 of them had lived enough. How could it be? Qianxuan didn't want the 2 old people to get stuck in a dead end. Didn't I say before that the end of the world is not without benefits? People's lifespan will definitely be greatly improved in this catastrophe. Just like what we say, leave a way out when doing things. Everything in the world is fair, otherwise the elderly would have no way out. Besides, even if it is not the case, you can't be a burden. You 2 are the spiritual pillars of the whole family. Even if you do nothing, you can make us feel at ease. Besides, you grandpa and grandma have experienced a lot and can always give us some advice. Qianxuan's words were not just comfort, but her true feelings, without any adulteration. It was also because of this that Wu Yuan and Liu Yan, who were old and experienced, put aside their worries and followed suit to read those magic theories. However, the 2 elders did not notice that the younger generation around them all looked at each other quietly, breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to read. Chapter 12. First encounter with Danzi. The next morning, everyone sat together after breakfast. Compared to yesterday, everyone's mental outlook had changed a lot today. Although the time was too short and few of them were able to cast a spell or release their fighting spirit, the small success they had just gained from contacting with power made everyone feel refreshed. Qianxuan nodded with satisfaction and began to assign tasks to everyone. Today we have 5 targets, namely Ouya Clothing Supermarket, Aowo Supermarket, Qianxuan Pharmacy, Hulei Department Store and Laochang Street. In addition to me acting alone, the 3rd uncle, the 3rd aunt, the eldest sister-in-law, Xiaochan and Sissy will go to the Ouya Clothing Supermarket, the 4th uncle, the 4th aunt, the 2nd sister-in-law, Yuan Chang and Lingling, will go to Qianxuan Pharmacy, the 3rd brother, the 9th brother, the 5th aunt, Xingxin and Xiaozi will go to Laochang Street, the 4th brother, the 4th aunt, the 4th sister-in-law and Yuan will go to Aowo Supermarket, and the 5th brother, the 2nd aunt, the 3rd sister-in-law and Wee will go to Hulei Department Store. What we need most now is food, clothing, medicine, guns, and oil. Seeing that no one had any objections, Qianxuan gave everyone a silencer and 50 rounds of bullets. Of course, Yuan and the other children could only watch helplessly. It's not that Qianxuan is stingy, but she is afraid that they will hurt themselves and their teammates without professional training. Everyone else had equipped themselves with silenced guns skillfully, even the lazy 3rd sister-in-law. You know, for the safety of his family, Wu Yuan had issued a death order that everyone must participate in the training, and only Yuan and the others escaped because of their young age. It was agreed that, even if the mission was not completed, they would be home by 4 PM at the latest. Several teams picked up cars from the garage and left. When all the teams had left, Qianxuan also set off, but unlike the others, she did not pick a car, but walked on the road. When she used the phantom void step with all her strength, her speed was not slower than the car, and the engine sound would attract zombies, so it was not concealed enough. Along the way, Qianxuan felt a little heavy. She told her family that it was more convenient for her to move alone, and she would stay outside for a few days to collect more supplies. Because they knew that she had the inheritance realm, her family did not object. But in fact, in addition to getting more supplies, she also wanted to try to save Shasha. They grew up together, and although they had not seen each other for several years, she knew her personality best. Although that girl is usually stubborn, she is not stupid. If she encounters such a big event as the Doomsday, she will definitely find a way to come back. If she takes the road from the suburbs to the capital, she might meet her. Along the way, Qianxuan encountered several brand clothing stores and robbed them along the way. Although there were waiters hiding in 2 of them, she did not hide. After all, she was very fast and the other party had no way to detect her appearance. She had already had experience on the way to find Xingxin and the others. However, in general, she did not encounter many people. It's not that they all turned into zombies. She dared to say that there must be many people hiding in those houses. It's just that people living in peacetime encounter such a huge change. Most people only want to avoid it, not face it. In this way, Qianxuan quickly robbed the stores that had the supplies she needed along the way. It's not that she wants to take all the supplies and leave no way for others to retreat, but if her guess is correct, when the government situation eases in a few days, the first thing they will do is to suppress the 8 major clans. They will not let the citizens of the capital starve to death, but they will not care about the lives of the 8 major clans and the people related to them. You have to know that her parents have many soldiers under their command, and her grandparents have many old subordinates. Although there is more food than can be used in the inheritance world, it can only be eaten by her family for the time being, and she cannot take it out openly. Now she can only collect supplies as much as possible. At lunchtime, Qianxuan solved it with a pack of biscuits, 2 sausages and half a bottle of mineral water. After lunch, Qianxuan continued on her way. When she was close to the suburbs, she saw a small wholesale store. Qianxuan had decided to let this little shrimp go, but she heard scolding from inside. Just when she wanted to use her mental power to explore, she saw that the window of the small store was opened and something flew out from it. After a closer look, she found that it was not a thing at all, but a child of 11 or 12 years old. Looking at his rolling green eyes, he should have the top level magic talent of the wind system. The child was seen holding a bag of snacks and hovering in the air, shouting arrogantly, "Assholes, come and hit me again. Come on, come on." He made a face at the bad boys who chased out of the small shop below, and then turned his back to them and twisted his butt. Then he flew away directly from the air. Qianxuan was immediately interested in this interesting little boy and secretly followed him with his mental power. The boy was very alert, as if he was afraid that the bad boys would find his residence, and he made several detours along the way. Finally, he came to a dilapidated courtyard, opened the door, and quickly got in, and Qianxuan followed him and climbed over the wall quietly. It seemed that he was relaxed after returning to his own territory. The boy ran inside happily and whispered, "Anan, Ziobi, Xiaoxi, Button, I'm back." 3 children of similar age heard the sound and ran out of the house. "Hey, Dongzi, what's wrong with your face? Who hit you?" Seeing the wounds of different sizes on the boy's face, the tallest girl walked forward to check worriedly. The other 2 children also looked at the boy named Dongzi with worry. "Anan, I'm fine." Dongzi avoided Anan's hand that was about to be checked and pushed the bag of snacks in his hand to Anan. "Look, I found a lot of food today." Seeing that they had saved enough food for them to eat for a few days, the 3 children's faces showed joy. "Where is Xiaoxi? Why didn't she come out?" Dongzi quickly changed the subject for fear that Anan would think of the wound on his face again. Hearing Dongzi's question, Anan's joy on his face quickly faded. "Xiaoxi is taking care of Xiaomu. Xiaomu's condition is getting worse and worse. He woke up for a while every morning in the past 2 days. He has been in a coma since today and can't even drink water." The most timid Xiaobi asked in a crying voice, "Is Xiaomu going to die like grandpa?" "Nonsense." Dongzi's mood, which was originally good because he found food, dropped to the lowest in an instant. Ignoring Xiaobi, who was scared by him, he ran into the house to see Xiaomu. When all the children entered the house, Qianxuan appeared in the yard. After listening for so long, Qianxuan had a rough idea of the current situation of the boy named Dongzi. He should have been adopted by the grandfather Xiaobi mentioned with other children, but the adopter seemed to have died when the doomsday came, and the little wooden boy seemed to have been injured at the doomsday, and the situation was not optimistic now. Qianxuan hesitated whether to save him or not. Even if she warned herself not to meddle in other people's business at the doomsday, she could not leave a young child to die. After hesitating again and again, she decided to follow her heart, otherwise she would be worried about it in the future. Pushing open the door of the house and walking in, the children inside the door were startled when they saw the strange woman pushing the door in, and then quickly blocked the little wooden boy on the bed behind them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Dongzi, who was standing in the front, stared at Qianxuan warily, fearing that she would hurt her brothers and sisters. Seeing the other party's eyes that were mutated like his own, Dongzi cried out in his heart. He knew that he could do nothing except fly and could only be used to escape without any attack power. The woman who suddenly appeared on the opposite side did not know what ability she had. Apart from the ability, the advantage of the other party as an adult was also difficult to ignore. Too lazy to explain to them, Qianxuan said directly, I can save Xiao Mutao. Dongzi was a little confused for a while about Qianxuan's words. He suspected that Qianxuan was lying to him, but he felt that he was nothing worth the other party's effort to deceive. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Dongzi knew that Xiao Bei was right. Xiao Mutao was about to die. Let's try it as a last resort. Dongzi gritted his teeth and turned his body to let Qianxuan go to see Xiao Mutao. Although Anan, Xiao Zi, Xiao Bei and Cao Zi did not understand Dongzi's intention, they followed suit out of trust. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. She thought she would have to spend some time to achieve her goal. Unexpectedly, this Dongzi was unexpectedly smart and knew how to make choices. He sat down on the bed unceremoniously and put his hand on Xiao Mutao's exposed hand. It seemed that he was taking the pulse, but in fact he was using mental power to scan the boy's body. Seeing Xiao Mutao's physical condition through mental power, Qianxuan frowned fiercely. Dongzi and his companions saw this and started to worry about Xiao Mutao's condition. Could it be that Xiao Mutao was really hopeless? They couldn't help but think of this. Chapter 13, Littlewood's ability. Qianxuan couldn't believe that someone survived such a serious injury. Although Xiao Mutao didn't look seriously injured, his internal organs were destroyed, and his brain blood vessels were severely ruptured. With such a serious injury, I believe no one would survive for more than half an hour, but he survived 2 days safely, as if there was some power to keep his life from being lost. Qianxuan was very curious about the unknown magical power. However, she had to control Xiao Mutao's injuries first, otherwise, even with that unknown power, Xiao Mutao wouldn't live long. After throwing several light healing spells and feeding Xiao Mutao a healing potion, Xiao Mutao's condition stopped deteriorating. In fact, if Xiao Mutao wanted to get better immediately, he only needed a divine potion, holy healing water, to know. However, Qianxuan wanted to observe the unknown power carefully, so she could only let Xiao Mutao lie down for a few more days. Dongzi and others on the side didn't know what Qianxuan was thinking. They saw Qianxuan emit a few white lights and feed Xiao Mutao some red potion, and Xiao Mutao's face obviously got better. They couldn't help but feel happy and grateful. Dongzi felt guilty for his previous doubts, and at the same time, he was even more grateful to Qianxuan. Seeing the pure gratitude in the eyes of the children, Qianxuan felt a little weak. However, she did not show it on her face, and said to the children, it will take a few days for him to recover. You'd better find a way to feed him some liquid food in the next few days. He still needs a few days of treatment, so I will stay for a few days. The few people were very grateful that Qianxuan stayed to treat Xiao Mu, but they were embarrassed soon. But we only have some snacks, and these little woods can't eat at all, the girl named Anan said embarrassedly. Dongzi also thought of the current situation and said, I'll find a way to go out and get some other food. Although he said that, he was not very sure in his heart. You know, he has been out for several times in the past 2 days, and the last time he got the best results. Obviously, the other children also knew the situation, and they frowned in embarrassment for a while. I'll go. Seeing their embarrassment, Qianxuan took it. It was like helping someone to the end. It was rare to see such a pure relationship of mutual dependence, which reminded her of Xiaomin, Luoluo and Shasha who grew up together. I'll go with you, Dongzi said. This strange big sister had saved Xiao Mu. They had no relatives, and he didn't want to push everything to her. But Qianxuan rejected his proposal, saying that he would drag herself down. Dongzi didn't say anything else, but seeing the stubbornness in his eyes, Qianxuan knew that he had not given up the idea of following. But she didn't care too much. After all, her speed was not something that others could catch up with. In the next few days, Qianxuan lived in the small courtyard at night. After getting up in the morning and having breakfast, she treated Xiao Mu and observed the unknown power in his body. After asking Anan and others about the terrain of the nearby suburbs, she set out to collect supplies and keep an eye on Shasha's traces. It can be said that Qianxuan's gains in the suburbs were no less than those in the city. Although there are no large supermarkets or shops here, there are many food processing plants and clothing factories. So these days, Qianxuan always came back with a full load. Her joyful mood always allowed her to ignore Dang's stinky face when she returned to the courtyard with the reserved food, because she left him behind when she went out, which made Dangzi more and more depressed day by day. Through the conversations during the past few days, Qianxuan also got a better understanding of Dangzi and his friends. Dangzi, Anan, Xiaobi, Xiaoxi and Xiaokaozi were either abandoned children or orphans. They were adopted by an old man named Ning. After adoption, they were named Ningdang, Ningnan, Ningbi, Ningxi and Ningpingan. Xiaomu was the biological grandson of Mr. Ning. He became mute because of a fever when he was 2 years old. He was thrown to his grandfather by his parents, who were unwilling to support the elderly. His full name was Ningsen. Mr. Ning liked children. He went out to pick up garbage for the sake of his children. When Dongzi and his friends grew up, they went out to pick up garbage while going to school. Dongzi was the oldest among them. He always regarded himself as the eldest brother and took good care of his younger brothers and sisters. When the doomsday came, Mr. Ning was crushed to death by the collapsed beams in order to save Xiao Mutao. Even so, Xiao Mutao, who was protected by the old man, was seriously injured and unconscious. When Xiao Mutao's body recovered, Qianxuan still couldn't be sure what the unknown power was. But from the silver eyes, after he woke up, and the same hungry state as Sissy and Wee Wee, it should also be a kind of superpower. But she didn't know much about superpowers, and couldn't be sure what it was. It wasn't until Xiao Mutao accidentally knocked over the bowl while drinking porridge, and got burned, that Qianxuan understood what superpower it was. The blisters on Xiao Mutao's hands caused by the boiling porridge healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for several people seeing it with their own eyes, they would definitely think it was an illusion. Qianxuan's heart moved. Could it be immortality? Question mark? In this way, it does make sense. But, if it is really immortality, it would be too against the sky. No, Qianxuan shook her head immediately. This kind of immortality is not absolute. If it is damaged beyond the limit, this ability will also fail, like the serious internal injuries that Xiao Shitao suffered before. However, even so, this is also a very rare superpower. You know, although I don't know the specific method, superpowers can definitely be upgraded. Xiaomu can't really immortal now, but he will be able to do it one day. For a while, Qianxuan was a little shocked. Because she didn't understand, she always ignored superpowers. At this moment, she began to really value superpowers in her heart. From the examples of Wee Wee and Xiaomu, it can be seen that superpowers are very diverse. It's not that it is stronger than magic, fighting spirit and internal force, but some strange superpowers can always make people unable to guard against, and they will suffer a big loss if they are not careful. Qianxuan also warned herself in her heart that, if she encounters a superpower in the future, she must not be careless before understanding the other party's abilities. Dongzi and others were also shocked by Xiaomu, but soon began to be happy. In their opinion, Xiaomu has such an ability, so it is not easy to die. Qianxuan did not pour cold water on them, but solemnly asked Xiaomu not to let others easily discover his ability. If others asked, just say that it is to speed up his own healing power. Although Xiao Mutao had never been with Qianxuan, he knew that it was Qianxuan who saved him and helped them find food. Therefore, although he did not understand Qianxuan's intention, he nodded and agreed. Anan and the others were also confused, and only Dongzi understood the implication of Qianxuan's words. Seeing the worry flashing in Dongzi's eyes, Qianxuan sighed in her heart that he was smart and precocious, and was afraid that Xingxin, who was 2 years older than him, was inferior in some aspects. Qianxuan was a little anxious after calculating that she had been away from home for 3 days and had not met Sasha. She could not delay for too long, otherwise her family would be worried, and the government agencies would be back to work in the next 2 days. Qianxuan planned to stop collecting supplies and concentrate on finding Sasha's trace. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Dongzi and the others, she heard a quarrel outside the yard. When she heard the content of the quarrel, Qianxuan's eyes lit up. It was easy to get it. Zhu Shasha. Don't be so shameless. If it weren't for us, you would have turned into a zombie on the road. Now that we are safe, you actually want to get rid of us? I tell you, no way. Chen Mei couldn't help but feel jealous when she saw Zhu Shasha, who was 6 years older than her, but prettier and younger than her. It can be said that the person Chen Mei hated the most in her life was Zhu Shasha. Originally, her father was a senior official in the village, and her mother opened a wholesale supermarket and made a lot of money. It can be said that her family was the representative of power and wealth in Qianxuan. In addition, she was also quite pretty. Although her academic performance was not good, she was generous and had been the object of pursuit by boys in the village since she was a child. But all this changed after Zhu Shasha came. Zhu Shasha had a better family background than her, was prettier than him, had a higher education than her, and lived in a garden villa. Not only that, Zhu Shasha was also a famous online writer with an annual salary of 1 million. Since she came, the gossips in the village began to compare the two of them, and she was always devalued. What made her most angry was that the men who had been around her began to show their affection to Zhu Shasha. Although Zhu Shasha always ignored those men, Chen Mei thought it was even more hateful, thinking it was a provocation and contempt for her. If Shasha knew what Chen Mei was thinking, she would definitely yell at her sister, "You think too much." Unfortunately, she didn't know, so she always felt puzzled by Chen Mei's hostility. Huh? Chen Mei, do you feel guilty for saying such things? Shasha was amused by the other party's shamelessness. Don't tell me who saved you when you were almost bitten by the zombies your parents turned into. I didn't ask you to follow me in the first place, but you followed me shamelessly. It was you who asked your 2 cousins to follow me on the way. I didn't care about their dirty eyes, because they had evil intentions but no courage. You also attracted those zombies by shouting, right? You protected me? What a joke. Who ran away just now? You are allowed to decide this and that on your own, but you are not allowed to. I don't want to be killed by you. The 3 people's faces turned pale and embarrassed. Qianxuan and the yard laughed. Oh. From the tone of her voice, Shasha must be very impatient. You know, with her usual lazy temper, she speaks a few words at a time, and it is very abnormal for her to say so much in one breath. Chapter 14 Dong's Choice. Although she was a little embarrassed, the thick-skinned Chen Mei recovered quickly. She pretended to be condescending. You can break up, but you have to leave the gun in your hand to us. No. Shasha flatly refused. You have to know that the female pocket gun in her hand was given to her by her dead elder brother. How could she give it away easily? Then let us live in your house. Chen Mei took this opportunity to make more excessive demands because she didn't get what she coveted. Chen Mei's excessive demands made Shasha's anger soar to the highest point. After being extremely angry, her face calmed down. However, if she was seen like this by the people of the 8 major clans, they would definitely run away. You have to know that the people of the Zhu family have always been of the same character. They are usually good men and good ladies, but if they are really provoked, they will definitely poke you wherever you hurt. That kind of attribute is commonly known as poisonous tongue. At this time, Shasha looked very kind, and people who didn't know would think she had given in. At least that's what Chen Mei thought. Do you know where I live? Shasha's question was very ordinary. Chen Mei, not knowing how the topic turned to this, shook her head stupidly. No wonder you don't know. Shasha's words sounded normal if you ignore the obvious contempt in her eyes and eyebrows. Because my family is away, I live in the home of a good friend from a wealthy family. Before Chen Mei could speak, Shasha continued. Do you know what my friend's status is? What is the status of her family? My friend retired last year and retained the rank of major. Her grandfather is a big shot in the army, and so is her grandmother. Her father is an official in the military. Her mother is a colonel in the military. Her second uncle is a senior official. Her second aunt is an official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Her third uncle is the founder of the Centimeters Foundation. Her third aunt is a world-famous dancer. Her fourth uncle is the director of the Capital General Hospital. Her fourth aunt is the director of the Capital Research Institute. Her fifth uncle is the chief of the general staff. Her fifth aunt is a famous archaeologist, and her sixth aunt is a famous expert in biology and botany. Her 9 brothers are all young and promising and have successful careers. Chen Mei was dizzy just after hearing the beginning and didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. They were definitely upper class people and she was about to live in their house. Chen Mei's vanity was satisfied and her eyes were full of longing. But Sasha's next words broke her daydream. Sasha's voice was not loud but full of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Chen Mei was angry. Then how can you get in? Question mark. When did I become the same level as you? Sasha said with disdain and pride. My grandfather was also a big shot in the army. My grandmother was a senior official. My father was an official in the Ministry of Education. My mother was a literary master. My uncle was a senior official in the army. My aunt was an official in the Ministry of Culture. And my eldest brother was a lieutenant colonel in the army. But what she didn't say was that all her beloved family members were killed. You actually compare with me? Her face was filled with surprise. She was almost sighing. You are so ignorant of yourself. Chen Mei was devastated. She had always compared herself with Zhu Sasha. Privately, she thought that she was no worse than Zhu Sasha. Those men were attracted by her money. Only now did she realize that the gap between herself and others was so huge, she was not even qualified to compare. It was discovered that it was almost over. Qianxuan, who was enjoying watching the show, hurried to leave. If Sasha found out that she had been watching the show and she went from watching the show to being watched, it would not be a good thing at all. Sasha, she walked over and put her arm around Sasha's shoulder. I told you not to go to the country a long time ago, but you insisted on going. Now I came out specially to find you and got myself into trouble. Sasha didn't mind Qianxuan's words. She had already vented her anger, and the surprise of meeting her good friend made her return to her usual lazy state. She didn't even bother to respond. On the opposite side, Chen Mei's 2 cousins, who had been acting as a background board, quickly pulled the devastated Chen Mei away in disgrace. Qianxuan and Sasha just pretended not to see it, and walked into the yard arm in arm, talking and laughing. Dongzi was a little curious when he saw Qianxuan coming in with a strange beautiful woman. He has been very convinced of Qianxuan in the past few days, not only because Qianxuan saved Xiaomu, but also because of the strength and wisdom she showed. You know, it is not something that ordinary people can do to make Ming Dong agree. Dongzi, you are arrogant, aren't you? To Qianxuan's surprise, when she said goodbye to Dongzi, Dongzi actually proposed to bring his younger brothers and sisters to follow her. Why? Qianxuan was very puzzled as to what made Dongzi make this decision. You know, someone like him who has top level magic talent will more or less have the characteristics of that type of magic. And the most obvious characteristic of wind magic is freedom and unwillingness to be restrained. You are very strong. Dongzi's expression at this moment was not like a child at all. We are still children. With the abilities of Xiaomu and me, someone is bound to come and recruit us. Rather than being forced at that time, I might as well make my own choice first. Not only did you save Xiaomu, you are also very powerful. Even if Xiaomu's abilities are exposed in the future, you will be able to protect him. What Dongzi said might very well come true. Thinking that Dongzi and Xiaomu might be recruited by the government to deal with the 8 major clans in the future, Qianxuan swallowed the rejection that was on the tip of his tongue. He said to Dongzi solemnly, you can follow me back, and I will not restrict your freedom, but there is one thing you must do, and that is you must never betray. Qianxuan's expression was solemn and a little terrifying, but Dongzi did not back down. I will never do such a cowardly thing. His appearance was sloppy, but his straight back and bright and determined eyes had an unquestionable arrogance. Because there were a few more people on the road, Qianxuan gave up the original idea of finding a car and spent some time looking for a van. On the way, Qianxuan chatted with Sasha in the co-pilot seat. Sasha, how could you allow others to follow you all the way? She didn't believe that she would be so kind. Speaking of this, Sasha was full of resentment. Do you think I'm willing? I awakened my superpowers before and was unconscious at home for most of the day. After waking up, I was so hungry that I ate up all the food in my home. In addition, I felt that something was wrong, so I decided to go back to the capital as soon as possible. At that time, I was worried that my appetite was always so large, so I went to the wholesale supermarket in the village to get more food. Unexpectedly, I met Chen Mei and accidentally saved her from the zombies. Because the supermarket was hers, and I didn't bring any money, I didn't feel embarrassed to chase her away after I took the food. At that time, she said she was going to her grandmother's house in the suburbs, but she found that her grandmother's family had all turned into zombies, leaving only her 2 cousins hiding in the kitchen. She also shouted and attracted a group of zombies, who were almost killed by her. You know what happened later? Wait. Qianxuan discovered something that surprised her. You said you awakened your superpowers? Question mark. Sasha's eyes and hair were still black. Yes. Sasha was depressed again. It's perspective, and the eyes will only become transparent when the power is used. What a crappy power. It's simply useless. Are you going to let me peek at handsome men taking a bath? Question mark. Qianxuan's expression was strange. She didn't expect Sasha's ability to be so vulgar, but she didn't agree with Sasha's words. I think you are wrong. If used well, it is still a very good card. What do you mean? Sasha asked. You are a novelist. Qianxuan rolled her eyes in an indecent manner, then turned the steering wheel and turned. Have you never thought about seeing through the inside of a person's body? That way you can find the opponent's weakness as quickly as possible, and the effect will be better if combined with acupuncture points. And isn't there a blood boundary called Beian in the comic Naruto? It is very similar to your ability. Although you can't have 360-degree blind spots, it is not bad for reconnaissance. Why didn't I think of it? Sasha got excited, but soon became weak after trying. My ability can't do what you said now. Qianxuan quickly comforted. I'm talking about the future. The future. Don't be too ambitious. Superpowers can always be improved, and not being able to do it now does not mean that you can't do it in the future. Sasha really cheered up, but she was not as excited as before, because she obviously lost interest in talking and began to stare blankly at the car window. Qianxuan didn't say anything else and focused on the road ahead. But she didn't know that Dongzi, who listened to their conversation in the back seat, believed that his choice was not wrong. Sometimes it is useless to be strong, and you also need wisdom to match it. Dongzi believed this, and he also firmly believed that he would possess both in the future, so the person he chose to follow must not be worse than him. It was also this idea that made him amazed when he met Qianxuan's 5th uncle in the future and became his loyal fan. So, Dongzi, your hidden attribute is actually tsundere, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Letting Go of Obsession. The van passed through the tree-lined driveway, and the scene made Qianxuan and Sasha look at each other in bewilderment. What happened? After turning off the van and parking it outside the old house, Qianxuan asked the children in the back seat to get out of the car. Looking at the hundreds of military trucks neatly arranged outside the wall, Qianxuan was a little confused about the situation. Looking at the license plates on those military trucks, it seems that her parents and her 6th uncle's troops are in the army, but why are they at home? Sasha, who was standing by, also conveyed her doubts to Qianxuan with her eyes, and Qianxuan spread her hands to indicate that she didn't know. The servant in the gatehouse saw that his young lady and the 2nd young lady of the ZHU family had returned, and hurriedly opened the door. However, as soon as they entered the door, they were frightened by the dense gazes coming towards them. The originally wide front yard was full of soldiers carrying boxes. When they saw someone coming in, their inertial vigilance made them salute Qianxuan and the others. Qianxuan was fine. She had been in the army with her parents since she was a child, and she had nearly 10 years of military career. She was accustomed to this situation, and her body tensed up for a while and then relaxed. Sasha was also familiar with this situation because of the influence of her family environment since childhood. The most difficult to adapt were Dongzi and his friends. Being looked at by so many seemingly scrutinizing eyes, they always felt uncomfortable. Dongzi was fine, but his movements were a little stiff. Anan and his friends were so nervous that they didn't know where to put their hands. The most timid Zyobei already had tears in his eyes. Fortunately, before Xiaobai cried, the soldiers who recognized Qianxuan had already retracted their gazes and continued their work without looking away. Dongzi and his friends breathed a sigh of relief, but they no longer had the mood to visit the ancient house that they had only seen on TV. All of them followed Qianxuan obediently to the inner room. After instructing the servants to take Dongzi and his friends downstairs to rest, Qianxuan and Shasha went to the living room that the servants mentioned. This is too much. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the sound of his fourth uncle Wu Wanyan slamming the table in anger. Qianxuan and Shasha were surprised. You know, Qianxuan's fourth uncle is a doctor who always advocates self-cultivation. Qianxuan has never seen him so angry since she was a child. They both began to wonder what happened. After knocking on the door and entering, they found that Qianxuan's parents, fifth uncle and sixth uncle were all back, and everyone else was there too. Seeing his precious daughter whom he hadn't seen for a year, Wu Wanli's originally tense expression relaxed, and he asked Qianxuan to sit next to him. Shasha looked around and finally sat next to Lu Zhi. Everyone's face looked bad, and Qianxuan and Shasha realized that something serious had happened. Finally, Qianxuan asked, did anything bad happen? Liu Yuan's eyes were red. Obviously she had cried. Your second uncle was injured and trapped in the hospital in Jie province. Originally, the S-City base sent helicopters to pick up important carters from all over the country, but your second uncle's name was crossed out by those two old guys, Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang. Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang were the only meritorious generals alive besides Wu Yuan. It was mostly because of them that the S-City base and the 8 major clans were in conflict. How come those two old guys didn't turn into zombies? Question mark? Qianxuan cursed in her heart. Shasha shouted directly over there. Yuan Chang and the others nodded in agreement. Although the elders didn't interfere due to their seniority, they also acquiesced. If it were in the past, the elders who valued education would definitely scold him. It can be seen that he was also very angry this time. Even Qianxuan was very angry. You know, her second uncle and third uncle are twins. In that era of material scarcity, it was good enough for one of the twins to survive. The second and third uncles survived under the careful care of their grandmother, but no matter how much they exercised since childhood, their bodies were not as good as those of the other brothers. This is also the reason why one of them is in politics and the other is in business, and none of them joined the army. Now her second uncle was injured and trapped in the hospital, and he didn't know how much suffering he would suffer. There were many zombies in the hospital and few food sources. If he stayed for a long time, he might not even be able to survive. Qianxuan asked her parents and sixth uncle how they brought all the soldiers back. This time her sixth uncle showed a smug look. It's because of those two old thieves, Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang. Not only did they not plan to save the second brother, but they were unwilling to help clean up the zombies in S-City and ask me and my eldest brother and sister-in-law's troops to do the hard labor, hoping to get the credit for nothing. It's wishful thinking. Do you really think we are flatterers for him to manipulate? My eldest brother and sister-in-law and I just quit. Unlike Qianxuan's father, who was shrewd and careful with his rough appearance, Qianxuan's sixth uncle Wu Wanhao was as generous as he looked. So he had no virtue of patience at all. He wanted to beat up Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang who were always finding faults several times, but he was suppressed by his superiors and never really realized it. But the resentment in his heart was also accumulating day by day, and this time he finally felt a little relieved. However, Qianxuan also knew that this matter must have been tacitly agreed by her father. Sure enough, Wu Wanli said to Wu Yuan, this time is different from the past. We will tear our faces with them sooner or later. In this case, why not turn the passive into the active? So I didn't stop Wanhao and let him do what he did. Wu Yuan sighed and didn't object. Big brother's idea is good. The fifth uncle Wu once, who had been silent all the time, said calmly, but didn't you find that Ping Jiangwei and Jiangzhang dug a trap for us? Everyone was startled by his words, and then thought about where the problem was. It's just that after repeated scrutiny, it's still unclear. Qianxuan did guess a little, but it's not clear yet. Unable to figure it out, everyone looked at Wu once. Wu once cleared his throat. No matter whether the zombie cleanup was timely or not, There will always be people who lost their loved ones who will think that we did not rescue them in time. At that time, the eldest brother, the eldest sister-in-law and one Heo who refused to clean up the zombies will be the best scapegoats. Hey, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Poison. It's really too poisonous. It's simply killing people and invisible. After the fear comes anger. Wuan Heo is a typical example. His face flushed, but it was not because of shame, but because of anger. What should we do? The simple third sister-in-law was horrified and a little confused for a while. The third brother next to her rarely teased her and took her into his arms tenderly. We still have to clean up the zombies. Wu Wan's remained calm and stopped Wuan Heo from speaking. He told his own countermeasures. We just can't let people think that we are from the base. Since we have torn our faces with the base, we need to build our own power. Otherwise, we will be easily defeated. The first thing to do is to let the soldiers take off their military uniforms, and it would be best if they can wear uniforms that represent our power. Isn't that poaching? Wu Yuan found it hard to accept for a while. The so-called power is just a new base. You know, the Cess City base was taken down by him and his old friends. His feelings for it are not much worse than those for his son. Hearing such an old-fashioned term from their grandfather, Qianxuan and other juniors couldn't react for a while. Uncle. The one who opposed this time was the third uncle Wu Wancheng, who always believed in making money through harmony. At this time, he rarely put away the smile on his lips, and his face was full of anger. Isn't it enough? Including my parents, 8 meritorious generals, 4 meritorious lieutenant generals and 6 meritorious major generals died in the 8 major clans. Not to mention the unjust deaths of my 3 brothers, and so many clansmen in the 8 major clans. They didn't even die on the battlefield. If it weren't for my father's foresight in his early years, we might all be dead. Everyone was silent for a while. It was the pain in their hearts and the great humiliation. Old man, do you still want to see the children killed? Liu Yan's words became the last straw, crushing Wu Yuan's hesitation and his obsession with the country. Because of that obsession, he had been suppressing the children's hatred for the base, and even ignored their pain and humiliation. He sent those children out of the province, in the name of protection, and it was indeed, but it was also, to prevent them from taking revenge. Dad, Wu Wan spoke again, his tone still calm. Under the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the base's control over the people weakens. According to the information Qianxuan told us, various forces will emerge like mushrooms after rain in recent years, and the reorganization of forces is a necessary process. The base may disappear, or it may be maintained. But it will definitely not be the only one, like it is now. At most, it will fight against several forces. But by that time, the base will no longer be a government. This is caused by the times, and has nothing to do with whether we leave the base or not. Chapter 16 A God Who is Fair to Uncle 6. Hearing Uncle Wu's reasoning, Qianxuan was full of admiration. Here, Zhang Hu who had already asked worriedly when they would go to rescue Wu Wanxing. Wu Wanx did not answer her question first, but turned his gaze to Qianxuan. Feeling Uncle Wu's gaze, Qianxuan began to feel confused until she found that he seemed to be staring at the ring on her hand. She suddenly realized and took out the box containing the space ring. Wu Wanli, Zhaolin, Wu Wanx and Wu Wan Heo each chose one to drop blood to recognize the master, and when Qianxuan looked at Shasha, Shasha was a little confused. Qianxuan remembered that she seemed not to have mentioned the space ring to her. Over there, Lu Zhi explained the function of the ring in her ear, and Shasha's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly chose one to drop blood to recognize the master. The crazy girl who was afraid of pain even when getting an injection actually bit her finger without hesitation. Here, Wu Wanx began to ask everyone about the situation of collecting supplies in the past few days. The third brother spoke of his achievements. In addition to the few places they went to on the first day, their teams began to plunder from every store. However, they were not as good as Qianxuan, and it was inconvenient for them to meet people. In comparison, Qianxuan's achievements were not less than those of all of them combined. Especially the flour mills, canning factories and other suburban factories that she looted later. Wu Wanx was very satisfied to hear that. At least he didn't have to worry about food for a year or two, because there were nearly 10,000 mouths waiting to be fed. Only when his stomach was filled could he start to consider other things. Then, he mentioned the first thing to do now. One was to rescue Wu Wangxing, and the other was to clean up the zombies in the capital. No one objected, but there was a big dispute over the number of rescuers. Wu Wan's only gave 2 places. One was decided on Qianxuan considering the current strength of each person, but the other was fought for by several people. Qianxuan's father, second aunt, and third uncle all wanted to fight for it, and it was unclear who would win. In the end, it was her 5th uncle who made the final decision, to give the quota to the 4th uncle. Thinking of Wanyan being a doctor, and Wangxing being injured, they could only swallow their protests unwillingly. After discussing the rescue personnel, Qianxuan thought that her parents had not yet conducted the test of magic and fighting spirit talents, so she brought it up. Several people were very interested in the cultivation methods that they had heard from others before, especially Qianxuan's mother and 6th uncle. Only then did she notice that the 6th uncle's eyes turned golden, and he seemed to have awakened his superpowers. Qianxuan asked the 6th uncle about his superpowers, and the 6th uncle demonstrated it on the spot. The 6th uncle stretched out a palm, and a layer of golden light visible to the naked eye appeared on the palm. Then he gently touched the ashtray on the table, and the ashtray was easily cut in half, and the exposed cut surface was extremely smooth. The 6th uncle said proudly, "I think I can even cut diamonds easily now." Shasha was envious and jealous beside her. Although her superpowers had a good future, she wanted a superpower with a good present. Another jealous person is Wei. Until now, her superpowers have not been allowed to be used freely. She needs to do boring mental control training every day, which makes her crazy. After hearing from Qianxuan about the serious consequences of her superpowers, her sister took a close eye on her. Seeing another magical superpower, Qianxuan's attention to superpowers rose again. When the test results of several people came out, most of the people who wanted to kill Wu Wanhao with their eyes suddenly occupied. Wu Wanli is a medium-level water magic talent, with a high-level cyan mental power and a high-level earth attribute talent. Zhaolin is a high-level fire magic talent, with a medium-level green mental power and a high-level wind attribute talent. Wu Wansen is a high-level wind magic talent, with a high-level purple mental power and a medium-level water attribute. Wu Wanhao is a high-level fire magic talent, with a high-level cyan mental power and a top-level earth attribute. Zhu Shasha is a low-level wind magic talent, with a high-level cyan mental power and a high-level water attribute. It can be said that Wu Wanhao is the most talented among all people except Qianxuan, and she has one more supernatural power than Qianxuan. All of a sudden, the eyes looking at Wu Wanhao tended to turn red. Unfortunately, Wu Wanhao is a heartless person. He didn't notice the emotional changes of the people around him at all, and he was still there happily. This kind of situation of flirting with the blind made many people twitch their eyes, and felt that the saying God is fair really makes sense. Zhaolin, who is obviously over 60 years old, was holding her daughter's arm and acting coquettishly. Zhuangxun, why is mom's mental power so low? Is mom dumber than your 6th uncle? Qianxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her mother's logic. Mom, who told you that high mental power means smart? When I was tested, my mental power was top level, and my 5th uncle's mental power was high level purple. Am I smarter than my 5th uncle? Mom, your mental power is already good. In fact, there is no difference in mental power, except the top level. Oh, what's the saying? The 5th uncle on the side became interested in this topic. How should I put it? Qianxuan organized his words and said, there is a saying in Sadia that people who are at the top level in the initial test of mental power will definitely become god level masters. Facts have also proved that such people's mental power grows very quickly, and it is easier to cross the bottleneck and enter the next level of power. Mental power is not static, it will improve after starting to practice, and there is no such thing as talent. Except for idiots with almost no mental power, the growth rate of low, medium and high mental power is similar, and some differences in the starting point can be completely made up by diligence. Everyone around who heard it was very surprised. Then what is the difference between the top level and the high level? Uncle Wu asked. I didn't expect Uncle Wu to be so sharp and grasp the key points so quickly. If any other god level masters in Sadia were here, they would not be able to answer, but Qianxuan knew it very clearly, because he had studied it specially. Purity. The only difference is purity. The purity of top level spiritual power is about 6.9 times that of high level spiritual power, and this number will continue to increase with practice. The purity of top level spiritual power will be tempered with practice, while high level spiritual power can only be tempered at the moment of becoming a god level strongman. This is a gap that cannot be changed by human power. Qianxuan said it very comprehensively. Uncle Wu nodded to show his understanding. After that, they discussed the time of departure and some details. After finalizing, Uncle Wu talked about the plan and precautions for cleaning up the zombies. Because she was not involved, Qianxuan did not listen carefully. She was thinking about whether she could go to J province to plunder some supplies, if she had enough time. The continuous looting in the past few days has made her a little addicted. The feeling of getting something for nothing is really good. No wonder there are so many robbers in this world. When Qianxuan came to her senses, she found that only she and Uncle Wu were left. Thinking that so many people might have seen her absent-minded and dazed, she blushed for a while. Pretending not to notice his niece's embarrassment, Wu once asked Qianxuan for the book about the end of the world that she had mentioned. Qianxuan thought that she had neglected it. With Uncle Wu's meticulous planning, the book could play a decisive role in his future planning. After getting the book he wanted, Wu once made a request. Zhuangsun, you go to J province tomorrow. If you have a chance, go to the military factory there to get some equipment back. It's very troublesome to get it in the capital. Qianxuan nodded and promised to find a chance. After everything was discussed, the two were about to go out, and Qianxuan thought of the uniforms mentioned by Uncle Wu before. She remembered that there seemed to be a batch of guard uniforms of the Zhuangfan family in her space warehouse. They were waterproof, fireproof, dustproof, and could not be cut by ordinary knives and guns. Although they were nothing in Sadia, they were indeed good things here. Qianxuan quickly told Uncle Wu, and took out a set as a sample. A set includes a hooded cape, a knee-length robe-styled top, trousers, and boots. The color is pure black, and the collar, chest, cuffs and hem are embroidered with silver mysterious patterns like the starry sky. This uniform is suitable for mages and swordsmen, and does not affect flexibility in battle. It is beautiful, comfortable, and practical to wear. Qianxuan carefully introduced this uniform, and Uncle Wu was very satisfied, and bought it on the spot. And because he thought the starry sky pattern on the uniform was very good, it had a beautiful and infinite meaning, and it was beautiful, so he decided to use this pattern as a representative of future power. Qianxuan was sad and happy for a while. The sadness was that the Zhuangfan family represented by this pattern had disappeared, and the joy was that it could continue in another form. Hey, dear mother, did you see it? Qianxuan murmured silently in her heart. Chapter 17 A Big Trouble. At dawn, all the people in the Wu family's old house were mobilized. Because there were many more soldiers, the servants, who had already been reduced in number, became busy all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Qianxuan and her fourth uncle had already arrived at the helipad, and were ready to set off. Liu kept reminding them of precautions, fearing that something might happen to them on the road, and repeatedly told them to take good care of Wu Wangxing. When Qianxuan heard her grandmother start nagging for the fifth time, she felt that she couldn't bear it anymore and quickly pulled her fourth uncle and the family members who were seeing her off to say goodbye, and hurriedly got on the helicopter. When the helicopter took off, the people who were seeing them off could only see a black dot, and everyone turned back to the house. On the plane, Qianxuan was already asking the pilot how long it would take to get to J province. The pilot's surname was Jiang, and he was a subordinate of her sixth uncle. He was a simple and honest uncle in his 40s. However, her sixth uncle said that Uncle Jiang's driving ability was first class and reliable, and he was a rare talent. Hearing that it would take another 3.5 hours to get there, Qianxuan started to find a topic out of boredom. Uncle Jiang, do you have children at home? I have a daughter, who is 16 years old this year, and is still in high school. Her grades have always been mediocre, and she keeps shouting that she wants to enter a military school. Uncle Jiang's expression was still honest, but with a little more fatherly love. Hey, really? Qianxuan was surprised. Nowadays, Few girls are willing to join the army and endure hardships. Why would your daughter want to enter a military school? Don't mention it. Uncle Jiang seemed a little amused, because I'm often too busy to attend the parent-teacher conferences at her school. She was so angry that she said she wanted to enter a military school and then raise her military rank higher than me so that I would obey her orders in the future. Are the thoughts of little girls nowadays so interesting? Qianxuan can't remember what she was thinking when she was that age. Oh, that was the only time she fell in love. The specific details have been forgotten, but the sense of satisfaction that I wanted to share with the world is so clear. But the clearer it is, the more unforgettable the heart-wrenching pain later. Qianxuan was lost in her memories for a moment, and her hand unconsciously touched her belly. Wu Wanyan, who saw her situation clearly, had a flash of heartache in his eyes, and tortured the man who hurt Qianxuan in his heart. Uncle Jiang in front also noticed Qianxuan's situation. Although he didn't know why, he wisely didn't speak to disturb her. In this way, Qianxuan's originally thought boring and unbearable journey arrived unknowingly in the silence of only 3 people. For the convenience of returning and the safety of the helicopter, Uncle Jiang parked the helicopter on the rooftop of an old apartment. This apartment has an open-air staircase, which brought them great convenience. Arrange Uncle Jiang to stay on the helicopter. Qianxuan and the 4th uncle walked down the open-air stairs together. Because the 4th uncle was familiar with the J province hospital, he led the way in front. Along the way, Qianxuan found that the situation here was worse than the capital. Unlike the citizens in the capital, they hid at home and at most came out to find food. Many citizens here began to think of ways to escape outside the city. Obviously, many of those who wanted to escape turned into zombies because there were more zombies on the road than in the capital. In order to save time, they looked for a suitable car while on the road. They also met several escape teams on the road, and several invited them to join because of Qianxuan's obvious mutated appearance, but they were all politely rejected. Compared with the capital, it is obviously much more chaotic here. They encountered several group fights, but fortunately, Qianxuan's mental strength allowed them to avoid them, and they were not harmed. The evil side of human nature emerged in such an environment, but Qianxuan knew that this was just the beginning. Although they wanted to rescue their 2nd uncle as soon as possible, something unexpected happened on the road. Looking at the sleeping baby with tears in the corners of his eyes, Qianxuan and his 4th uncle smiled bitterly. As for the baby, it started from half an hour ago. At that time, they passed this commercial street to take a shortcut and to find a suitable vehicle here. But they didn't expect that they would see a shocking scene. As soon as they found a suitable commercial vehicle, on the balcony of the 2nd floor of a store, the window was wide open, and a young woman was holding a baby in her hands and trying to lift it out of the window to avoid being touched by the zombies behind her. To their surprise, the young woman had been half zombified by the zombies behind her, but she struggled to maintain her rationality as a human being and did not hurt the baby in her hands at all. Seeing them appear, the young woman's eyes lit up, and she threw the baby to them with her last bit of strength. So, under their reflexive action, they received a big trouble. But no matter how troublesome it was, Qianxuan couldn't abandon the baby. Not for anything else, just for the last look of the mother. Such gentle and humble hope and prayer. Even if she was a zombie woman, at that moment, she was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. The baby started crying heartbreakingly after being thrown down from a height, and also attracted a large group of zombies. They could only get in the car in a hurry to escape, and were lucky that they just found the car. 4th uncle drove all the way. Qianxuan coaxed the child, and it was not until 20 minutes later that the baby fell asleep again with intermittent sobs, but there were still more than a dozen zombies following behind the car. Qianxuan was startled and carefully observed the zombies behind the car and found that the speed of those zombies was much faster than when the doomsday just started. At the beginning of the doomsday, the speed of the zombies was still within the range of humans, but now the speed of the zombies behind was at least twice that of humans. After telling 4th uncle about the discovery, 4th uncle's face became solemn. Zombies began to evolve. Of course, it doesn't mean that Qianxuan thinks that zombies cannot evolve. It can be said that she had this feeling from the beginning, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Less than a week after the doomsday began, the evolution of zombies has completely surpassed that of superpowers. Until now, she has not found a way to improve her superpowers. She originally thought that she could take her time, but now she can't help but feel a sense of urgency. Except for a period of training in the inheritance realm, she has not practiced again in the past few days. She has always been very comfortable with zombies, which made her unconsciously complacent about herself. Qianxuan was shocked to find that she was complacent. You know, complacency is a taboo for practitioners. If she hadn't discovered it, she might have talent, but was unknowingly blocked by complacency in her heart. Not to mention surpassing her previous life, she might not even be able to become a god-level powerhouse again. Qianxuan was a little grateful to these zombies for a while. Of course, one thing is one thing. She would not be soft-hearted when killing zombies in the future. In fact, it's not Qianxuan's fault for complacency. It's really that she lacks this kind of experience. If other god-level powerhouses practice again, this situation will definitely not happen. Generally, god-level powerhouses have experienced this kind of complacency, but Nonado is a special case. Her nearly 20 years of escape experience has made her magic practice process completely free of complacency. The practice of poaching is a typical case of enduring hardships to become a superior person. Her diligence has left her no time for complacency. Adjusting her mood and removing the hidden dangers of practice has made Qianxuan not be affected too much by the rapid evolution of zombies, and her mentality has calmed down. Arriving at the destination, standing at the gate of this provincial hospital, they did not enter immediately, but Qianxuan used her mental power to scan it first. Seeing the scene in the hospital, Qianxuan was really shocked. If nothing else, there were too many zombies, so dense that they could not be counted. It was not easy to find the trapped uncle in a special care ward. But the second uncle's condition was really bad. His left leg was broken, but fortunately, it seemed that he had been in a plaster before the end of the world. Seeing the second uncle's face flushed, he was obviously having a fever, and a young nurse next to him was wiping his sweat. But the two of them looked like they had not eaten for several days and their complexion was very bad. Looking at the dense zombies on the road they had to pass, and then looking at the baby in his hand, Qianxuan felt that the road ahead was dark. Telling the second uncle what the mental power scan showed, the two of them were both in trouble. The zombies in the hospital were not hundreds, but tens of thousands. If the little ancestor in his hand cried out, it would definitely be doomed. Chapter 18 8 Treasure Porridge in Men. Finally, Qianxuan came up with a solution that was a win-win solution. She left the baby in the car and put an all-chemical necklace with a wind barrier on him. Then Qianxuan put her mental power into the necklace until she could maintain the wind barrier for 5 hours. That would have exhausted Qianxuan. You know, the wind barrier is a 7th level magic that can resist all magic attacks below the 7th level. Even the 7th level magic can resist 3 times, and the mental power consumed is definitely not a small number. But Qianxuan really had no choice. Who told her that other defensive magics had no sound insulation effect, so she could only use the wind barrier. After closing the car door, Qianxuan and her fourth uncle carefully entered the hospital. There were not many zombies outside, but Qianxuan knew that the situation inside was definitely the opposite. In order to avoid encountering a large group of zombies when entering through the main entrance, Qianxuan carefully broke the window of a diagnosis room and used her flexible body to climb in. The fourth uncle behind her was startled and only relaxed and glared at her fiercely when he found that her hands and feet were not injured by the broken glass. Qianxuan was frightened and shrank her shoulders. When she found that her fourth uncle was not really angry, she opened the window next to her and let her fourth uncle climb in. When she opened the door of the diagnosis room, 7 or 8 zombies came towards her. Qianxuan raised her hand and fired the silencer that she had prepared long ago. She killed 5 zombies at once, and her fourth uncle also raised his gun and killed 3. Some zombies were attracted to her one after another, and Qianxuan and her fourth uncle never stopped shooting. It was not until they killed more than 20 zombies that there was no movement. The two of them did not feel relieved, but a little heavy. In the previous battle, the zombies' movements were obviously much more flexible than in the previous few days, and several zombies even dodged bullets. And their skin hardness and strength have also increased. The two came to the second floor, and this time they face more zombies. Qianxuan only used a gun at the beginning, and later used magic and two-handed daggers. Using the phantom void step, Qianxuan's figure disappeared on the spot. As the zombies fell one by one, Qianxuan quickly wandered among the zombies, occasionally throwing out corrosion balls, holy bullets, poison blades and dimensional blades in places that the two-handed dagger could not reach. In less than half an hour, hundreds of zombies were solved. Of course, most of them were Qianxuan's credit, which also made Wu Wanyan, who was outdone by his niece, secretly decide to train hard in the future. It's too embarrassing to be outdone by the younger generation. This is not to say that Wu Wanyan loves face. It can only be said that it is a common problem for elders. Just like adults hope that their children will grow up, but when the children really grow up to the point where they don't need adult protection, they will feel lost. It took nearly 2 hours to walk to the 4th floor before arriving outside Wu Wanxing's ward. Wu Wanxing felt that he was about to die. The high fever and the stomach pain caused by not eating or drinking for 3 days made his consciousness a little confused. If he was not afraid that his family would be sad after his death, he would not be able to endure it. It's not that he can't endure hardship, but he has never been hungry. Looking at Zhu Shu, who had been taking care of him these days, Wu Wanxing told himself that he had to find a way to survive just to repay Dr. Zhu for saving his life. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu. It seemed that he heard Zhu Shu's timid voice. In order not to scare the shy girl, Wu Wanxing quickly cheered up. Well, what's wrong? Zhu Shu hesitated. I think I heard a knock on the door. The more she spoke, the weaker she felt. She thought she had heard it wrong. It's not that she didn't hear the fighting before, but she thought it was the same as the previous few days. It was the people who were trapped trying to escape. At first, she would look through the crack of the door, but after watching those people become zombies a few times, she stopped paying attention. Anyway, it would only increase the number of zombies. Knock on the door? Question mark? Wu Wanxing suddenly woke up and stretched his ears. Sure enough, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. His eyes lit up. Most people knock on the door in a messy way, except for the 8 clans who were strictly educated since childhood. He was refreshed and quickly asked Zhu Shu to open the door. Meanwhile, Qianxuan knocked on the door for 5 minutes until her hands were sore, and finally someone inside opened the door. Before she could even look at the girl who opened the door, Qianxuan's attention was diverted to her second uncle, who was seriously ill lying on the hospital bed. Second uncle. Qianxuan rushed to the bedside with tears in her eyes. Why did you become like this? Although she had already scanned him with her mental power, she was still heartbroken when she saw her second uncle, who had lost his usual gentle and polite demeanor and was in a state of embarrassment. Second brother. The fourth uncle, who was walking behind, saw that his second brother, who had always been pampered, had suffered so much. His eyes turned red, and he almost cried. Okay. Wu Wanxing relaxed when he saw his relatives, and even felt like joking. Zhu Wanxing, forget it, but you can't cry. I don't have the energy to comfort you if you cry. By the way, Qianxuan remembered the condition of her second uncle, and hurriedly urged her fourth uncle, please check the physical condition of my second uncle. No. Wu Wanxing refused. I know my own situation. I'm just hungry. Let's go home quickly. I miss my aunt's darn pork. As he said that, he actually stood up by himself. Qianxuan took a look and quickly signaled her fourth uncle to carry her second uncle. By the way, Wu Wanxing weakly pointed to Zhu Shu, who was silent because he saw a stranger. That's Zhu Shu. Her father was eaten by zombies to save me. There is no one in her family, and I will take care of her in the future. When they heard that Wu Wanxing was saved, Qianxuan and her fourth uncle were very grateful. But now there was no time for them to express their gratitude, so they could only smile gratefully at Zhu Shu. Zhu Shu's nervous mood was relaxed because of the kind smiles of the two people, and he felt that Uncle Wu's family were indeed good people. Several people left the hospital because the zombies on the road had been cleared. They returned to the business car at the hospital gate in less than 15 minutes. Just before getting in the car, Qianxuan remembered what her fifth uncle had told her. She told her second and fourth uncles to get on the helicopter first and then hurry to the military factory in the suburbs. Qianxuan, who was in a hurry to leave, didn't know how helpless her second and fourth uncles were in front of a crying baby. Qianxuan ran the phantom void step all the way and successfully arrived at the military factory in the suburbs. Unlike the capital, most of the people alive in J province have escaped from the city, and most of the people in the city are zombies. The same is true for the military factory in front of Qianxuan. Thinking that her target is only those machines, Qianxuan plans to do her job. She scanned the distribution of zombies inside with her mental power, quietly unlocked the factory door, and then ran the phantom void step to escape the zombies' perception before the zombies found her. Quickly shuttling through the zombies, Qianxuan's hands wiped over the equipment one by one, and then the place was empty. It took Qianxuan half an hour to load all the equipment into the space. After returning to the original route in fear, Qianxuan relaxed and exhaled. Too exciting. It was simply dancing with zombies. However, Qianxuan shrugged her delicate nose and immediately went to the inheritance world to change clothes in disgust, and then decisively burned the clothes that were stained with the stench of zombies. When Qianxuan reached the rooftop of the old apartment, she saw the fourth uncle standing next to the helicopter and walking back and forth anxiously. Seeing her, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked her to board the plane. When the helicopter took off, the second uncle pitifully asked Qianxuan for food. "Fourth uncle, don't you have any food there?" Qianxuan asked, while taking out a bread. Yes, the fourth uncle said, and took out a bread and stuffed it into his mouth. It's just that they haven't eaten for a few days, so it's best for them to eat some liquid food. Qianxuan decisively stuffed the bread in his hand into his mouth and thought about what kind of liquid food was in his space, and finally took out a few cans of 8 treasure porridge and handed them to the second uncle and Zushu. The two did not dislike it at all and couldn't wait to open the cans and gobble them up. Thinking that the second uncle was having a fever now, Qianxuan took out 2 antipyretic pills and asked him to take them with water. "Uncle Jiang, have you eaten anything?" Qianxuan didn't want others to come to help, but still go hungry. I have eaten. Uncle Jiang nodded repeatedly. "I ate while I was waiting for you." When the second uncle and Zushu ate 2 cans and reached for the third can, the fourth uncle said, "Second brother, don't eat. You have been hungry for so long. Eating too much at once will damage your stomach. You have to eat small meals frequently these days, and it will take at least a week to resume a normal diet." The second uncle retracted his hand embarrassedly, looking at the fourth uncle with a very resentful look. Even the introverted Zushu looked at the third can of 8 treasure porridge reluctantly. Qianxuan got goosebumps when she accidentally saw Zushu's eyes. "Girl, that's a can of 8 treasure porridge, not your man." Chapter 19 The Role of Brain Nuclei. After returning home, not to mention the concern and care that grandma and second aunt showed to second uncle, and everyone thanked Zushu's father profusely. After dinner, Zushu was arranged to rest in the guest room, and everyone sat in the living room again. Second uncle, who was originally urged by grandma to rest, also forced himself to stay. This time it was Qianxuan's father who spoke. "I think you have more or less discovered today that zombies are evolving rapidly." Qianxuan, fourth uncle, and everyone who participated in the zombie cleanup activity nodded. Sixth uncle was even more annoyed. "We didn't consider casualties at all. After all, as long as we have guns, these zombies with stiff movements are so easy to deal with. Who knew they would evolve so fast?" Due to a moment of negligence, 6 of my soldiers died. Although the sixth uncle is thick-skinned, he really cares for his soldiers. He usually treats them like sons. This time he is really sad. It's the same here. Zhaolin was in a low mood, and when we were cleaning up, we encountered some family members' resistance. They didn't want us to kill the zombies that their relatives had turned into. Because of this, 2 people died. Although Zhaolin always liked to tease her soldiers, she was the most protective of her. The unnecessary sacrifice of the soldiers made her feel very depressed. "The most important thing now is to improve our own strength," the third brother said bluntly. "The zombies are evolving, but our superpowers are stagnant. This is a very dangerous thing. Indeed, although everyone is now practicing magic, fighting spirit and internal strength, except Qianxuan, the time for others to practice is too short, and the effect is not obvious. On the contrary, the superpowers have a lot of lethality in the early stage. So finding a way to improve superpowers is the most urgent thing at present. At this time, the fifth uncle put a few things on the table. I think these things are the key to improving superpowers. The fifth brother who was sitting next to him leaned over to take a look. Isn't this something in the zombie's brain? Indeed, I call it a brain core. After comparison, I found that the brain core I got today is a circle larger than the one I got a few days ago. Wu Wan's eyes lit up a little. What does this mean? The evolution of zombies is related to its brain core. What really makes me conclude is that I found similar brain cores in Wan Hao and Xingxin's brains. Wu Wan Hao and Yuxin jumped up from their seats in horror, with expressions on their faces as if asking, what examination? When did you check it? How did you check it? That's the brain, not hands or feet, nor is it an organ like the kidney, where it doesn't matter if one is missing. Wu Wan ignored them. Zombies evolve by eating, so superpowers evolved by absorbing energy from the brain core. We just don't know how they absorb it yet. Playing with the brain core taken out from the space, Qianxuan said thoughtfully, Uncle Wu and Xingxin, try to probe your mental power into the brain core. The two followed Qianxuan's example and began to probe their mental power into the brain core with their eyes closed. Soon, the brain core in Uncle Wu's hand turned into powder and opened his eyes excitedly. It worked. My superpowers have really increased. Yuxin, who opened his eyes later, nodded to indicate that his situation was the same. Third brother, Yuan, Wei and Shasha, who had superpowers, also began to try after hearing the good news. Others were envious. Having found a way to improve superpowers, Qianxuan thought of the zombies whose strength and speed had been greatly improved, and decided to improve the physique of her family. Qianxuan took out a pile of UIU fruits and put them on the table. After explaining the special effects of UIU fruit to them, Qianxuan asked everyone to take some and put them in the space ring as a snack and ask her for more after eating. Then, she took out the gentle creation spring water, the mist flower fruit that enhances the perception of element, the Kame flower water that transforms the strength of the meridians in the body, the Shenmeo fruit that strengthens the body's flexibility, and the Bajan fruit that strengthens the strength of bones and flesh, and distributed them to everyone. Although these creation spiritual objects are precious, they are nothing to Qianxuan, who owns the heritage realm. Moreover, these things are for her relatives, so she will not be stingy. Hearing about the magic of these things, everyone began to feel a little restless and had to leave early. Qianxuan, who was walking at the end, handed the equipment in the space to Uncle Wu. When Uncle Wu asked her if she wanted to participate in tomorrow's loss cleaning activity, she thought about it and refused, and Uncle Wu did not force it. After telling her grandmother that she would practice for a while and stay in the heritage realm for the next few days, Qianxuan returned to her room. After entering the heritage realm, Qianxuan came to the element pool in the basement as soon as possible. In the past few days, she planned to upgrade her magic to the 3rd level. Relatively speaking, she actually paid more attention to the cultivation of Xian Wulao's mental method. After all, magic is not suitable for small-scale battles. The place where magic can really be fully exerted is a large-scale battlefield. Thieves and archers do not have this concern. Not only are they not weak in lethality, but their flexibility can also better protect their lives. However, Qianxuan's magic cultivation in this life only needs to copy the previous life. Because she has gone through it once, there is no worry about unstable foundation and bottleneck. But her cultivation of Xian Wulao can be said to be a big girl getting married the first time. There is no experience to learn from. Especially in terms of internal strength, she dare not be careless, otherwise she might go crazy. The only way to cultivate magic is meditation. In this way, Qianxuan began a boring meditation that lasted for 500 days. When Qianxuan opened her eyes from meditation, she had exceeded her expectations and became a 4th level magician. Because there were no new magics in the 2nd and 3rd levels, Qianxuan spent less than a month to master the 4th level magics of light blessing, aura, dark shield, poison mist, space tear, and stargate. Compared with the elementary magic she had learned before, the power of the intermediate magic was more than 10 times that of the former. For Qianxuan, the most useful ones were poison mist and stargate. Poison mist was a range magic, while stargate, which could be teleported over long distances, could bring her a lot of convenience. What surprised her was that, although she had not practiced the Qianwu leakage heart method, the automatic operation of the heart method for more than 500 days had made her mental strength, fighting spirit, and internal strength improve significantly. Although she still couldn't help but greedily think that, after practicing Qianwu leakage for more than 500 days, she was not only a 4th level magician, but also a 2nd level thief and a 2nd level archer. However, she just thought about it for fun, because she knew that improving her internal strength too quickly would be a curse, rather than a blessing for her, and would only cause an unstable foundation. Because of her cultivation, Qianxuan had been eating nothing but fruits for the past 500 days. Although she could keep changing different kinds of food, she was still tired of it. Thinking of the seafood she had gotten from the farm before, Qianxuan felt that her mouth was watering. Speaking of which, since she retired from the army and moved out of the old house until the end of the world, plus the time and the space, she hadn't eaten her favorite seafood for 4 years. The more Qianxuan thought about it, the more she felt that she was the most pitiful person in the world, so she decided to reward herself for being so pitiful. Using her mental power to catch a big lobster, a big squid and some seashells, Qianxuan hurriedly ran out of the inheritance realm and went to the kitchen to find Aunt Zhang, who cooked the most authentic seafood at home. Because she was thinking about the food, Qianxuan didn't notice anything wrong at home along the way. It was not until she satisfied her stomach that Qianxuan realized that the house seemed a little too quiet. If it were normal, seeing her like this, her grandmother would definitely come to scold her, but today there was no sign at all. Aunt Zhang, why is no one home? Qianxuan asked with a burp, wiping the oil stains from eating braised prawns on her lips. Aunt Zhang was in a good mood because she hadn't seen her young lady's greedy look for a long time. When she heard Qianxuan's question, the smile in her eyes disappeared immediately, and she looked angry. Ping Jiangli and Jiang Zhang, those 2 old guys are here. Those 2 shameless guys must be teaming up to bully the old master again. In the past, those 2 would occasionally come, but every time they came, Wu Yuan would always feel uneasy for 10 days or half a month. Most of the servants of the Wu family were the families of the soldiers who died in the battlefield in Wu Yuan's early years. Most of them were lonely and helpless people, so they were very grateful to the Wu family for taking them in and taking good care of them. Over the years, they have a deep affection for the Wu family. As for Ping Jiangli and Jiang Zhang, who always made Wu Yuan unhappy, there was no servant in the Wu family who didn't dislike them. Every time those 2 came, they would always encounter some big or small embarrassments such as stepping on banana peels when walking and drinking sour tea. This shows how deep the resentment of the servants is. It's not that no one knows about the servants' little tricks, but even if they know, they mostly turn a blind eye. This also makes the servants less and less restrained, and their eyes are full of disdain for Ping Jiangli and Jiang Zhang. Chapter 20 Hearing about the 2nd level zombie. If Qianxuan had heard Ping Jiangli and Jiang Zhang coming to see her grandfather before, she would have been as angry and worried as Aunt Zhang. But now, Qianxuan was worried about Ping Jiangli and Jiang Zhang. Her grandfather was not really good-tempered. If he was, he would not be able to protect this big family. Seeing that her young lady did not share the same hatred with her as before, Aunt Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there something new? Qianxuan did not keep it a secret and raised her chin towards the reception room. Just wait and see who will suffer this time. Her tone was full of disdain. Did she really think her grandfather was a piece of dough? She would use the safety of the country to force him whenever she had something to do. Sure enough, as soon as Qianxuan finished speaking, Jiang Zhang's exasperated voice came from the reception room. Wu Yuan, are you really going to ignore the relationship between us this time? Jiang Zhang felt that he had made a mistake. He thought it would be easy to convince Wu Yuan, the old man, but he did not expect the other party's attitude to be so firm this time. Friendship? Wu Yuan laughed, with a strong sense of sarcasm on his face. What kind of relationship do we have? Is it because you designed the accidental death of my eldest brother's family? Is it because you made the population of our 8 clans decline? Or is it because you have been making things difficult for my son and daughter-in-law in the military all these years? Qianxuan was speechless. He didn't expect Wu Yuan to reveal everything. Did he really intend to tear his face off with them? Ping Jiangli, who had been silent all the time, saw it more clearly than Jiangzhang. Wu Yuan really didn't want to maintain a superficial peace with them this time. But this completely broke their original plan, and it might leave a huge hidden danger in the future. After listening carefully to the movement in front, Qianxuan thought that the 2 people should have left and immediately ran to the reception room. Just seeing the 9th brother coming out of the reception room, Qianxuan hurriedly asked him about the previous situation. The 9th brother seemed to be thinking about something before, and he was stunned for a while before acting. For Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang's request this time, our grandfather replied with 4 words. Which 4 words? Qianxuan was curious. No way. The 9th brother, who had always been a little cold due to his job, actually smiled faintly. So cool. What did those 2 old guys ask for? Hearing this question, the smile on the 9th brother's face was still there, but with a little more disdain. The first request is to let the troops of uncle, aunt and 6th uncle go back, and the second is that we hope we can collect half of the food in the area cleared by zombies and give it to them. Collect food. Qianxuan, who had not been out for a few days, was not very receptive to the news from outside. The government required half of the food to be handed over when clearing zombies, but we didn't have this requirement. Now that the situation in the city has stabilized, the citizens have also learned about this situation and are somewhat dissatisfied with the government. The party that handed over the food has made a big fuss. Qianqiu's tone was filled with a hint of gloating. That's a beautiful thought. Qianxuan really admired the government's shamelessness. We want both benefits and reputation, and we can be the villains. There is no such thing as daydreaming. But in the past, if they had talked more about the difficulties of the country, her grandfather might really make some concessions. Not wanting to mention these disgusting people and things again, Qianxuan changed the subject. How has the situation been in the past few days? Has anyone in the family been injured while cleaning up the zombies? And how is 2nd uncle now? Qianqiu was not impatient with Qianxuan's several questions right at the start and answered her slowly. The situation is okay because of the good fortune spiritual objects you gave before. Everyone's physique has become very good and the speed of cultivation has also increased significantly. The process of cleaning up the zombies was also relatively smooth, and 2nd sister-in-law and Yuan Chang even awakened their superpowers. It's just that 6th uncle's team encountered a 2nd level zombie, and 2 people died. 6th uncle was also seriously injured, and almost lost his life. Except for the plaster on 2nd uncle's foot, everything else is fine. 2nd level zombie? Qianxuan was puzzled. The strength and speed are 3 times that of ordinary zombies, and bullets can't break through its defense at all. Moreover, the movements of the 2nd level zombies are not as stiff as those of ordinary zombies, and they can think simply. Its brain core is twice as large as that of ordinary zombies, and it is no longer round, but a sharp diamond. According to Uncle Wu's estimation, as long as there are 2 brain cores of 2nd level zombies, a superpower can be evolved. Obviously, Brother Jiu, as a forensic doctor, is very interested in 2nd level zombies. What about Uncle Liu? Did he get a wound from the zombies? Qianxuan was still frightened by the domineering zombie virus in Xingxin. It was grabbed in the chest, only 0.02 centimeters away from the heart. Seeing Qianxuan's face getting anxious, Qianqiu handed over another reassurance pill. But the rescue was timely, and there is no danger to life. Moreover, the zombie virus's ability to infect superpowers is much lower. Although the impact is still there, it will be fine after a few hours of fever. The ability to infect superpowers is reduced. Question mark? But Xingxin's situation at that time didn't look like the ability to infect was reduced at all. No, Xingxin's situation was different from Uncle Liu's. When Xingxin was caught, her superpowers had not yet awakened. Could it be that she was infected by the virus and the superpowers in her body were stimulated? Qianxuan felt that her guess might be correct. After all, she remembered that the process from infection to becoming a zombie was very short when she first saw people. Could it be that people with the possibility of awakening superpowers would not only not become zombies after being infected with the virus, but also awaken superpowers? No, Qianxuan immediately overturned her previous thoughts. If she was not there, Xingxin would still have a 50% chance of becoming a zombie, and if there was no purification agent, his body might not even be as good as that of an ordinary person. So, can a zombie that becomes in this situation also use superpowers? Qianxuan was shocked by her own guess. Now the evolution speed of zombies is already very tricky. If zombies can also have superpowers, it would be terrible. After struggling, Qianxuan told her guess to Brother Jiu. Brother Jiu's expression became more and more solemn as he narrated. When she finished speaking, she just left a sentence, "I'm going to find Uncle Wu," and ran away. What? Question mark? Qianxuan wanted to follow him, but felt that it was unnecessary. Finally, thinking of Dangzi and the others she brought back, Qianxuan decided to go see how they were adapting. After asking the servants about their guest rooms, she found that Dangzi and Xiaomu were not there. Only Anan and the other children were preparing rooms. Seeing Qianxuan coming to see them, Anan quickly put down the mop in his hand and poured a glass of water for Qianxuan. Qianxuan sat on the chair Anan brought and asked Anan and the other children to sit next to her. "Where are Dangzi and Xiaomu?" Qianxuan asked. Anan brought a plate of melon seeds and sat down next to her. "I don't know. He went out early this morning and just said he had something to do." "Has he been like this these days?" "No, he took Xiaomi to help everyone clean up the zombies a few days ago." Anan was always a little reserved when facing Qianxuan. It's not that he was afraid, but grateful. He was definitely a great benefactor on his side. Cleaning up zombies? Qianxuan was surprised. Are the two children not injured? No. Anan glared at Xiaobi, Xiaoxi and Xiaokaozi, who were only busy eating melon seeds. The adults took good care of them and let them get some brain cores. "I just don't know why Dangzi couldn't absorb those brain cores." Of course not, because that was not a supernatural power at all. Thinking of Dangzi's top-level wind magic talent, Qianxuan decided to discuss with her fifth uncle whether she could let someone outside the family practice. Since she couldn't find out where Dangzi went, Qianxuan didn't care much. Anyway, her home was very safe. "Then are you still adapting to life here? Is there anything you are not used to?" After all, children tend to be uneasy in unfamiliar places. It was she who didn't think carefully before and left them aside. They are all fine, they have food and clothes, and they won't be bullied. Thinking of the happy days of the past few days, Anan showed a satisfied expression on his face, and Xiaobi, Xiaoxi and Xiaokaozi also had the same satisfied expression on their faces. Seeing that they were so easily satisfied, Qianxuan felt a little sad, and felt that such satisfaction from the heart was precious, which many adults could not do. Looking at the time, she found that it was almost time for dinner, so she told them to find her if they had anything, and Qianxuan hurried to the dining room. When she got there, she was the last one. She stuck out her tongue and quickly sat down at her seat. Seeing the delicious food on the table and touching her stomach that was already full of seafood, Qianxuan's face suddenly turned bitter. As expected, eating alone is not a good idea. Grandma will definitely find out later, and she will not be able to escape the nagging. Chapter 21 Silver Star Air Force Regiment is established. After finally finishing a painful lunch for her, Qianxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that her grandmother didn't pay too much attention to her. After taking a sip of the tea brought by the servants after the meal, Qianxuan asked her fourth uncle, who was sitting across from her. "Fourth uncle, what happened to the baby we brought back? Now he is being taken care of by the servants along with Arfu and the others." What Wu Wanyan didn't mention was that the three little ones often fought over the baby. Thinking of what the ninth brother said before, Qianxuan was very curious. "Second sister-in-law and Xiao Chang, what is the ability you awakened?" "It is to manipulate the air." Ruan Ming, who was always calm and self-sustaining, couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face when he thought of his ability. Yuan Chang was entangled with Qianxuan's name for him. Why did it sound like little bug? However, he had been called that since he was a child, so he could only adapt to it and answered obediently. Mine is the earth ability. Manipulating the air? Question mark? It was another ability that people should not underestimate, but Qianxuan felt that he was beginning to adapt to it with a normal mind. At this time, Uncle Wu mentioned Qianxuan's previous conjecture and asked everyone and the people below to mention it and take precautions. Then he changed the topic and said that the forces to be established mentioned before needed a unified name and hoped that everyone would give their opinions. At this moment, everyone's interest came up and strange names jumped out one by one. The strongest legion. This is the arrogant Uncle Liu. The Devil Legion is still unique. This is Owlin with a bad taste. The Sunshine Legion is easy to read. Yuan Chang. My Fiery Legion is still good. It's passionate enough. Sister-in-law. The Blade Legion is not bad. Brother Jiu. The name of the Ancient Legion is good. It's grand and mysterious. Lion Shengsheng, an archaeologist, also joined in the fun. Isn't it good to call it Sissy Legion? Sissy proposed a more unreliable idea. How about calling it the Silver Star Air Force Corps? Qianxuan's weak suggestion was not overwhelmed by the voices of the crowd. In a flash, everyone stared at Qianxuan and then lowered their heads to think. I think it's very good. The first person to speak was Zinshishi. As a popular screenwriter, she has never lacked imagination. The end of the world begins when darkness covers the starry sky, and our army will fight against darkness in the future and give people a silver starry sky. What a profound name. HMM. Sasha, who felt like she had met a bosom friend, nodded excitedly in agreement. The men present thought it was a bit hypocritical, but they just thought the name was not bad and quite nice. Thinking about the pattern on the uniforms distributed before, which looked like a silver starry sky, they felt that the name and pattern matched well. Just like that, with no objection from everyone, the Silver Star Air Force Regiment was officially established. How many people do we have now? Wu once looked at Wu Wanli, Zhaolin and Wu Wanhao. There are 4,307 people left in my 3 regiments, excluding those who died when they turned into zombies or cleaned up the zombies. Wu Wanli answered first. There are 1,424 people left in my 1 regiment, excluding those who died when they turned into zombies or cleaned up the zombies. Zhaolin said. Wu Wanhao followed up. I have 2 regiments under my command, excluding those who became zombies and sacrificed when cleaning up zombies. There are still 2903 people left. Wu once bowed his head and calculated, then said, in this case, I plan to break up the total 8634 people into 8,000-man regiments, with 20 people in a regiment, 5 teams in a squadron, and 5 squadrons in a brigade. For the remaining 634 people, some people with special expertise will be selected to be responsible for the internal affairs and logistics of the 8 regiments. The 3 of them had no objection to their subordinates being broken up and reorganized, and the others would have no objection. Next, Wu once talked about the distribution of positions for everyone. Wu Wanli was the commander of the Silver Star Air Force Regiment. Zhaolin and Wu Wanhao were both deputy commanders, and Wu once was the chief of staff. Wu Wanli, Zhaolin, Wu Wanhao, Wu Wangxing, Wu Wancheng, Wu Kanming, Wu Qianyan, and Kang Ruofei each led a regiment, and Wu Wanyan was in charge of the logistics regiment. At the same time, some of the others became brigade leaders, some became squadron leaders or team leaders. Even Yuan Chang, Yizin, Lu Zhi, and Lu Chen each led a team. Although Sissy and the other children did not become team leaders, they were ordered not to be absent from future training and missions. As for Qianxuan, her 5th uncle originally wanted her to lead a team, but she refused and proposed to set up a strong special team. She actually had this idea for a long time. In Sadia, a qualified team usually includes warriors, mages, thieves and priests. It would be even better if there were archers. If such a team is well coordinated, it can cooperate well, whether it is fighting, sneak attack or retreat. In the doomsday, where zombies are everywhere, a large number of people is sometimes not a good thing. It means that the smell of so many living people will attract more zombies. and a special team with strong mobility and tacit cooperation can often complete tasks that large teams cannot complete. Wu once understood her intention as soon as she opened her mouth and tried his best to support her, allowing her to freely choose the candidates she liked. The establishment of a special team is very necessary so that unnecessary personnel losses can be reduced in some special circumstances. Afterwards, everyone discussed how to recruit people, because they knew from Qianxuan that human lifespan would gradually increase after the apocalypse. They did not limit the age of joining. However, human hearts are very scary at the end of the world, so the character of the people recruited is very important, otherwise it will leave a time bomb for themselves. In the end, this task was given to Qianming, who made him able to read minds before the apocalypse. Although his ability evolved and mutated into controlling objects after the apocalypse, his original ability to read minds did not disappear, but was strengthened. After the discussion was over and everyone dispersed, Qianxuan took Shasha and decided to go to the capital city after the zombies were cleared. To be honest, when she saw the scene in front of her, Qianxuan felt like she was dreaming for a moment. She saw that the streets that were originally full of building debris had been cleaned up, and the citizens who had been hiding in the house and dared not come out a week ago ran out, and some shops had even reopened. People's faces were full of gratitude for surviving the disaster and grief for losing their loved ones. However, the scene in front of her was obviously normal, but for some reason she always felt a sense of disobedience, but she could not think of where the problem was. At this time, there was a place in front of her that no one knew what happened, and many people gathered there to watch the excitement. The two approached and asked a gossipy aunt, and then they knew what happened. In this doomsday, many children lost their parents and became orphans. The sisters at the center of the incident were like this, but fortunately their parents left them a restaurant. Although the government took half of the food, they still left a lot. It was just that the two helpless children had so much food that the neighbors around them wanted to steal it, but they were caught on the spot by the sisters. The quarrel attracted many onlookers. Don't watch it. Shasha pulled Qianxuan's hand. There have been a lot of such things in the past few days. Qianxuan frowned. Isn't there anyone who cares about this? The incident has been going on for so long, and she didn't see any government officials coming to arrest people. Shasha raised her eyebrows sarcastically. The government is now busy fighting for power and profit. Even some responsible cadres are also worried about the food problem of so many people in the capital, and they are also busy appeasing the rioting masses before. How can they have time to take care of these trivial matters? After hearing this, Qianxuan could only sigh and shake her head. Anyway, it was not her turn to take care of it. The two walked and stopped along the way and found that there was nothing that could attract them. In the end, they simply stopped looking and focused on chatting. I don't know where's Ayamin and Luoluan now. I haven't seen them for almost a year. Sasha felt a little disappointed. Me too. Qianxuan sighed. The four of them haven't gathered for 2 years. But you don't have to worry about them. They are in places like snowy mountains and grasslands, where there are few people. There won't be too many zombies. And one of them has a fierce temper and the other has good skills, so their safety is guaranteed. They chatted casually along the way. It was not until they got home that Qianxuan remembered where the disharmony was before. Although the survivors were sad because of the previous doomsday and the current predicament, they seemed to think that things were over and life would return to the original state. Unconsciously, their expressions always showed a hint of relaxation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 First Run-In. Although she knew that those people's mentality was not conducive to surviving in the apocalypse, Qianxuan would not remind them. This was not cold-bloodedness, but even if she did, no one would believe her and would think she was exaggerating. After returning to the room, Qianxuan had just changed her clothes when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and found that it was Dongzi, whom she had not seen before. Before she could speak, Dongzi asked hurriedly, "Sister Xuan, I heard that you are going to form a special team. Can Xiaomu and I join? Qianxuan asked him to come in and sit down first, poured him a glass of orange juice, and then sat opposite him and asked, why do you want to join my special team? Dongzi drank half a glass of orange juice in one go, and then said, I heard from Uncle Wu that the personnel of this special team will be selected from the most capable, and they will be subject to the least discipline after they are established. Speaking of Wu once, Dongzi's eyes were full of admiration. Hearing Dongzi's words, Qianxuan's eyes twitched. Hey, you are completely fooled. Uncle Wu must have been impatient with you following him around, so he sent you here. And when did you start worshipping your fifth uncle? Personal worship is not allowed. Qianxuan didn't object to Dongzi and Xiaomu joining. After all, both of them had good strength and prospects, but some things had to be made clear in advance. Although what you said was true, the special team must be the most dangerous. You say it's easy to join now, but you can't run away when you encounter danger. Sending Dongzi away, Qianxuan began to circle the other team members. After careful consideration, in addition to Dongzi and Xiaomu, she chose the following: Wu Yixin, Lu Zhi, Ruan Ming, Wu Sansi, and Emma Wei. It's not that she chose all these children on purpose, but these are the only ones she can choose at this stage. She would like to choose others like her third brother, eldest sister-in-law, and sixth uncle, but they are all the leaders of a group, and her fifth uncle will not let them go. Because of the complacency that appeared before, Qianxuan became alert and no longer so casual. She spent 2 to 3 hours in reality and about 10 days in space to practice every day. Instead of practicing like an ascetic in the space, Qianxuan would occasionally soak in the hot springs in the space to relax, or grill some vegetables and meat, or make soup to reward herself. It's not that Qianxuan doesn't want to make some other food, but apart from grilling, making soup and porridge, she is totally unskilled in cooking such as frying and stir-frying. The next day, Qianxuan handed the list of the special group to her fifth uncle. Although her fifth uncle was surprised by the number of places on it, he completely respected her opinion and did not intervene. Looking at the freshly made special group members standing in front of her, Qianxuan's brain circuit was a little confused. For a moment, the scene of everyone holding hands and going for an outing together appeared in her mind. Embarrassed by her own thoughts, Qianxuan quickly returned her thoughts to normal and began the first training of the special team. I think you all know why you are here. I won't say anything extra. My requirements are simple, but not easy to achieve. Each of you has good talents and will be strong in the future. But my hope for you is that you must not only become strong people who can stand on your own, but also be able to cooperate with each other to double your strength. Seeing that the following people seemed to disagree with her requirements and thought it was very simple, Qianxuan did not persuade them much. Reality would tell her whether her requirements were difficult or not. In Sadia, things that even many famous mercenary groups could not do, how could they be really simple? Usually many people can only do one, but not both. In order to improve the team's coordination, Qianxuan found a commercial vehicle in the garage and decided to take everyone to kill zombies. This time, it was a second sister-in-law who drove, and the others sat in the back. Wei, today your words can only use fixed. Qianxuan had already understood the progress of Wei's mental control and made reasonable arrangements for her. Wei was a little reluctant, but still nodded in agreement. Qianxuan looked at Yixin again. Xingxin, you are responsible for killing the zombies that Wei has pinned with your lightning ability. During the battle, you should also pay attention to the accuracy of your lightning strikes, and it is best to not waste a single bit of your ability. Second sister-in-law, Qianxuan looked at Ruan Ming who was driving seriously. How good are you at controlling the air now? Ruan Ming tilted his head and organized his words. My control is not very good now. I can use the air to trap the zombies' movements, and I can also control the defense to make a protective circle around myself. Then how many zombies can you trap at a time? 3 at most. After a pause, Ruan Ming added, but after trapping 3 zombies, I won't be able to make a protective circle. Qianxuan nodded to show her understanding, and then said, you only need to trap 1 each time, and as for the trapped zombies, Xiaozi will deal with them. My requirements for you are the same as Xingxin's. Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. What about me? Dongzi in the back seat couldn't help but stick his head forward to ask. As for you, your task is to cleverly use the wind and the smell of living people on your body to attract the specified number of zombies. Since Dongzi has not started practicing magic, Qianxuan gave him a task that is not dangerous but not easy. Finally, looking at Xiaomu, who was also eager, Qianxuan was a little entangled and finally decided to speak out. For Xiaomu, the task that can best reflect your value is to be a meat shield. But I don't recommend you to choose this. It will prevent you from becoming a real strong man. But I don't know how to do it specifically. But I think you can observe yourself and then find the most suitable position for you in the team. So you don't need to rush to kill zombies first, but observe the battle situation of other people in the team for reference. Xiaomu seemed very confused, and Xiaomu bit his lower lip and left a mark. But he also listened to Qianxuan's words, frowned and began to think seriously. More than half an hour later, the business car drove out of the city. Although there were no zombies yet, everyone started to be on guard at the same time. You know, there are zombies that can catch up with the car now. A few thousand meters out of the city, Qianxuan's mental power discovered 3 zombies hiding behind the bus station platform. They came just in time. Not too many, not too few, just enough for them to practice their skills. After telling the others about the situation and her plan, Qianxuan signaled her second sister-in-law to stop the car. As soon as she got out of the car, the 3 zombies pounced on her. Qianxuan did not intend to attack, but stepped back and left the venue. The others were eager to try and were ready to show Qianxuan a hand. Unfortunately, they made a mistake as soon as they came up. Wei and Ruan Ming used their abilities on the same zombie, causing the other 2 zombies to continue to pounce on them without any hindrance. Everyone was confused by the unexpected situation. It was Dongzi who reacted first and flew up to lead one of the zombies away. Ruan Ming followed closely and trapped the other one. Seeing this, the others also came back to their senses. Lu Zhi and Yizun each dealt with the zombies one by one. Dongzi saw the situation over there and quickly led the zombies back. They were solved by Lu Zhi and Yixin together. Qianxuan said nothing. After all, it was their first time to cooperate. It was inevitable to make some mistakes. What's more, no matter how the process was, they solved it by themselves in the end. The few people who were originally full of confidence blushed and felt embarrassed. After that, they continued to find a few waves of lone zombies to practice. Mistakes still happen occasionally. Either you accidentally lead too many zombies, or I robbed your zombies, but it was not as serious as the first time. Occasionally, the emotions got out of control, and a few people, except Ruan Ming, would quarrel. At first, they were restrained, but later, when they saw that Qianxuan didn't care at all, they quarreled even more. They didn't know that Qianxuan didn't care, not because she didn't care, but because she felt that it was much better to quarrel than to hide it in her heart and finally create resentment. Besides, there is a saying, feelings are quarreled. There is also a saying, beating is love, scolding is love, fighting and quarreling. Several hours passed. Seeing that it was already time for lunch, Qianxuan hurriedly asked a few people to go home. She didn't want to miss the meal. After half a day of simple running in, she planned to take on a simple task for them in the afternoon, to let them dissipate the tension caused by the quarrel in the morning. The so-called tasks were issued by the Silver Star Air Force Corps, and the difficulty ranged from low to high. After completing the task, you can get the corresponding internal contribution points, which can be exchanged for brain cores and supplies in the logistics core. Chapter 23 Quiet Changes. After lunch, Qianxuan was somewhat absent-minded, because she was thinking about taking the mission. At this time, she heard her third brother mention the situation outside the capital. In the whole country, except for the capital, other cities have not been saved. The original population of the country was consumed by half in the meteor shower, and more than 40% of the people turned into zombies. In the process of the survivors fleeing from the city, about 20% turned into zombies, and about 10% of the people became food for the zombies. Now large and small shelters have been established in various places, among which there are 6 relatively large ones, namely S City Shelter, W City Shelter, Qianxuan Shelter, Yuhai Shelter, Yangtze River Shelter and H City Shelter. The population of each of these 6 shelters is more than 10 million, and it is still rising. Qianxuan was shocked. This means that now Z country, as the world's most populous country, has only more than 300 million people. It is really unbelievable data, and this data is still decreasing. Thinking of the end of the world, that will only become more difficult in the future, she couldn't help but have a question. Will there be a day when mankind will really perish? Zhang Hu thought of the news she got through her original connections and spoke worriedly. Now a large number of survivors are pouring into the capital, and the number has exceeded the original population of the capital. The government has decided to divide it into 3 areas, namely the inner city, the middle city and the outer city. The inner city is inhabited by the original citizens, and those with special abilities can also apply. The middle city is inhabited by survivors who have paid a certain amount of supplies, and the outer city is inhabited by survivors who cannot pay the supplies. If this situation continues, the capital will become more and more chaotic. Indeed. Qianxuan frowned and told about his findings. In the past 2 days, those shops that have reopened have begun to refuse to accept cash. Most of them require brain cores and food as transactions, and some shops also accept gold. The public security in the city is getting worse and worse, and there are many cases of theft, robbery and injury. Also, Wu Wanhao's expression was rarely hesitant. Do you feel that the weather has been getting hotter these 2 days? He was born to be more afraid of heat than ordinary people, so he was not very sure. You don't feel it until you say it. It seems that it is indeed getting hotter day by day. Li Ziya suddenly realized. Everyone also realized it at the same time. Indeed. Wu Wanhao told the latest information he had obtained. In the past 2 days, helicopters have been unable to take off and will suddenly fall at a height of 3 or 4 meters. The radios that were working a while ago have also started to become unclear. A large amount of impurities have begun to appear in the drinking water in the city, and the circuits are always unable to connect. Experts have discovered through detection that the Earth's magnetic field is quietly changing. Therefore, the change in climate is also reasonable. Also, a citizen fainted from hunger in the city today. The government has not yet distributed food for some reason. If this continues, public security will only get worse, and unrest among the citizens is foreseeable. Wu Wancheng frowned, puzzled by the government's self-destructive behavior. Qianxuan suddenly thought of an unreliable reason. Are they waiting for us to distribute food? She was a little unbelievable, but she felt that it was not impossible for Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang to be so shameless. Everyone was stunned and felt that it was possible. Wu Wanhao jumped up and down. I knew those 2 old guys were not good people. But, do we really want to let those citizens starve to death? The simple Zinshishi felt a little bit reluctant and weakly suggested, or, should we send some first? Ouch. As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit on the head and cried out in pain. My stupid wife. Qianming began to ridicule unceremoniously. People are waiting for you to be soft-hearted. If you really do what you say, it will never end. Although we have a lot of food, we can't even last half a year if we squander it like this. Zinshishi heard it and felt that she was a little whimsical, so she didn't dare to care about the account of being hit on the head. Looking at the scene that often played out at home, Qianxuan laughed in her heart. Sometimes she really couldn't understand that her third sister-in-law was obviously over 30 years old, but she still had a childish temper for 10 years. But when she thought that her third brother liked to bully her third sister-in-law, but protected her so much that others couldn't touch her, she felt relieved. We don't need to pay any attention to this matter. Wu Wanse didn't take it to heart at all. They are betting on Dad's soft heart. They think Dad won't bear to watch the people starve to death. We just need to ignore it. When they can't make it, they will naturally distribute food. Just be careful that they have bad intentions and use public opinion to attack. Everyone was shocked and secretly decided to call their subordinates to pay attention. After everyone dispersed, Qianxuan took the special team to the task release area to accept tasks. The so-called task release area is actually just an office with various tasks posted on the wall. Some of these tasks are directly issued by the army, and some are issued by private individuals. The difference is that the former can get contribution points, while the latter can only get brain cores or supplies. After choosing, 2 people from the logistics group are responsible for registration. Qianxuan took a look and found that the tasks issued by the army were nothing more than collecting brain cores and supplies, but there were many kinds of tasks for the dead. Especially after the army agreed to take the family members over in order to make the subordinates feel at ease. There were more tasks of finding people and rescuing people. After choosing and choosing, Qianxuan finally chose a private task that was relatively close. The person who issued the task was a man named Liu Jian. He hoped that the person who took the task could help him go to Liujia village to check on his mother Chen Shufang and sister Liu Jianing. If they had not turned into zombies, he hoped that they could be escorted to the base of the Silver Star Air Force Corps. After completing the task, you can get 50 kilograms of rice. Liujia village is a large village close to the capital, with nearly 1,000 households. Because of the large number of people, there must be a lot of zombies, and the difficulty for the special team is not low. After filling the car with gas, everyone set off again. This time, Ruanming was still driving, and Qianxuan sat in the co-pilot seat with his eyes closed. This time, when driving out of the city, Qianxuan paid attention to the team of survivors entering the city, and found that he could not see the end at all. Compared with the survivors in the capital, these people are in a much worse situation. Most of them are pale and thin, and listless. Occasionally, there are a few people with good complexions, but their clothes are also tattered, and the sanitary conditions are very poor. Seeing these cars driving out of the city, many of the survivors showed envy and desire. Dongzi and his friends looked at the scene outside the car window in silence, especially Wei Wei and Sissy. When the doomsday came, they were a little frightened at the beginning, but they still ate well, and drank well, and felt comfortable afterwards. Even for zombies, except for the fear at the beginning, they adapted better than some adults. Perhaps in their eyes, these zombies are like monsters in cartoons, and they are heroes who defeat these monsters. Now they see some children outside who are younger than them, but wearing dirty and torn clothes, starving to the point of bulging eyeballs and sunken cheeks, and they begin to feel a little overwhelmed. They don't understand their own feelings, but they feel that the happiness they have always had seems to be covered with a layer of dust. Ruanming didn't notice the children's emotions because she was driving, but Qianxuan was not unaware, but she didn't intend to comfort them. They always need to get used to such scenes. They also need to know how hard it is to get things that they used to take for granted compared to others. Only when they understand will they cherish, want to protect, and want to become stronger. Although they had followed the mission before, the presence and protection of the adults around them made them feel no real tension, and the purpose of the training was not really achieved. Probably because the government has been unwilling to distribute food, many courageous citizens have begun to be self-reliant. There are quite a few hunting teams coming out of the city, some of them drive like them, and some can only walk due to limited conditions. Looking at it this way, Qianxuan thinks that the government's refusal to distribute food is not without benefits. Sometimes without coercion, humans' nature of being content with the status quo always makes them lack the courage to take the first step. As long as the first step is taken, the potential of human beings themselves should not be underestimated. Only by being able to rely on themselves will these people have a greater hope of survival in the future. As the saying goes, if you rely on the mountain will fall, and if you rely on people, they will run away. Only yourself is the most reliable. Chapter 24 Trip to Liujia Village. Because the navigation system is not working now, they are not familiar with Liujia Village. It took them a lot of trouble to get to the entrance of Liujia Village. From here, there are many fields around the village. Although a large area of wheat was damaged by the meteorite, many are still growing intact. Looking further in, there are also large orchards with apples, pears, peaches, oranges and other fruits. The car drove all the way into the village. The cement road in the village was built flat and wide, and there was no bumpy road as expected. Every household in the village is a 2-story building, and there are many private cars parked at the door of the building. Although the meteorite rain has caused great damage to the village, it is not difficult to see that the people in this village lived a rich life before the end of the world. Auntie, there is someone there. Just when Qianxuan was considering finding someone to ask for directions, Sissy's words caught her attention. Following the direction of his finger, Qianxuan saw the boy hiding behind the ruins, afraid of missing the person who asked for directions that she had finally met. Qianxuan quickly signaled Ruan Ming to stop the car. Liu Minggai, who saw the car coming from outside, stopped, knowing that the other party might have discovered him, and turned around to leave. He saw the car door open from the corner of his eye and was curious to take a peek, but he forgot to move his feet and leave after just one glance. Qianxuan is undoubtedly beautiful, with a small face the size of a palm, delicate and beautiful features, and silver curly hair and eye color that add a touch of mystery to her calm and gentle temperament. She is 165 centimeters tall, but because of her slender frame, she looks petite. Her figure is not hot, but she is also curvy and exquisite. At this time, she was wearing a silver gray short-sleeved t-shirt on her upper body, and beige cropped pants and light yellow sneakers underneath. This simple combination not only did not make her beauty fade, but made her look fresh and natural. Looking at the boy with a dazed look, Qianxuan felt a little funny, but inevitably the vanity of a woman in her heart was greatly satisfied. However, looking at the boy who had not yet come back to his senses, Qianxuan was a little embarrassed. Tilting her head, Qianxuan's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of cunning. Pa. Of course, this was not the sound of slapping, but the sound of Qianxuan clapping her hands against the boy's ears. Liu Minggai was startled by the sudden clapping and woke up from his daze. Seeing the beautiful woman standing in front of him with a smile, he immediately realized his previous loss of composure and his face flushed. "Well, are you okay?" he said it haltingly. Qianxuan smiled. "I would like to ask, where is Liu Jian's home?" Hearing Liu Jian's name, Liu Minggai, whose face turned pale and recovered from his previous nervous state. He looked at Qianxuan, hesitated for a moment, and kindly reminded him, "Brother Jian is not at home. His mother has become a zombie. If you are looking for Sister Jianing, you'd better go back. She can't protect herself now." Qianxuan was puzzled and then asked him what happened specifically. Seeing that the other party did not seem to have any intention of returning home, Liu Minggai was worried that the other party would suffer a loss, so he carefully told the whole story and then left in a hurry. Through Liu Minggai's narration, Qianxuan understood Liu Jianing's experience. After the apocalypse, Qianxuan turned into a zombie, but fortunately, Liu Jianing was far away at the time and escaped the fate of losing food when she was caught off guard. And she was not small in courage, using the kitchen knife at home to kill the zombie that Qianxuan turned into. But even so, no matter how strong a young girl is, she will be fragile in her heart when she encounters such a sudden change. At that time, her boyfriend Liu Donghai appeared to comfort her and suggested that she live in his house with the food at home. Liu Jianing naturally did not object. At first, the two got along well, but later Liu Donghai went out with several young people in the village to kill zombies in order to get more food. I don't know who instigated him. He sneaked into Liu Jianing's room one night with the intention of raping her. Liu Jianing fled back to her home in a panic. But she was alone at home, and she didn't even have food at home, and she didn't dare to go out, because Liu Donghai and his gang would come to her door every day to force her to surrender. To this day, Liu Jianing has been trapped for 4 days. The reason why Liu Minggai asked her to go back was that he was afraid that her appearance would attract the attention of Liu Donghai and his gang and she would be insulted. It seemed that several young and beautiful women in Liujia village had been abused by them. The reason why they dared to be so arrogant was that there were 2 people with superpowers among them. Relying on their superpowers, they killed all the zombies in the village, emptied the food in the ownerless houses, and extorted the survivors. Back in the car, Qianxuan told everyone the whole story. Everyone was very angry, especially Ruan Ming and Lu Zhi, who were women, saying that such scum should be cut into pieces. Dongzi and Xiaomu were okay. After all, they had lived in the lower class society and understood the badness of human nature. He was also calm. After all, she had a special experience. Only Sissy was a little dazed, and the expression on her face seemed to ask, how can there be such a bad person in the world? Qianxuan sighed in his heart. After all, Sissy's living environment was too simple, and even made him feel that bad people only appeared on TV. She didn't explain it either. After seeing more of this kind of thing, He naturally understood it. Following Liu Mingyu's instructions, they drove to Liu Jianing's house. Dongzi rushed up and rang the doorbell. After a long time, there was a response from inside the door. "Who are you?" Liu Jianing's voice was weak and slightly hoarse. Dongzi stepped back obediently and gave the place to Qianxuan. Qianxuan stepped forward and said, "Hello, we are a special team under the capital Silver Star Air Force Regiment. We have received the mission of Lieutenant Liu Jian to escort his family to the base of the Silver Star Air Force Regiment." She tried to slow down and make her voice clear, fearing that the other party could not hear the content clearly at this time. There was another silence inside the door until Qianxuan thought that she had not convinced the other party. The door gently opened. A tall and thin young woman appeared in front of them. Although her face was haggard at this time, she still had some beauty that could not be ignored. When everyone entered the house, Liu Jianing immediately closed the door. "Are you really sent by my brother?" Her voice was still uncertain, as if she could not believe that her suffering would end one day. Due to her unstable mood at the moment, Qianxuan did not correct the inappropriate words in her words and repeated the content of the task she received. Convinced that the other party was indeed related to her brother, Liu Jianing couldn't help but burst into tears, as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances, sadness, and pain. "So, Miss Liu Jianing, do you decide to eat something first, or leave with us immediately?" Seeing that Liu Jianing's crying was getting lower and lower, Qianxuan spoke again. Liu Jianing's condition was really bad, and she was worried that she would collapse before she walked out of the room. "Don't call me miss, just call me Jianing." Liu Jianing, who was cheerful and straightforward by nature, was somewhat unable to adapt to such a polite address. "Immediately, leave immediately." He was afraid that those people would come to stop her from leaving. But even if she wanted to leave immediately, as soon as she opened the door, the person she least wanted to see appeared. "Hey, Liu Jianing, where are you going? Or, have you figured it out and plan to do something good with us in Donghai?" The young man who led the way had blue eyes and was obviously a superpower. At first sight, Qianxuan decided to hate this person. For no other reason, blue is her favorite color, but now that person has made her favorite color stained with disgusting emotions such as obscenity, arrogance, and frivolity. However, before Qianxuan could make a move, the other party had already set his sights on her and Lu Zhi. Liu Cheng had only glanced at them casually, but his eyes were fixed on them. Beautiful. So beautiful. All the beauties he had met since he was a child were nothing compared to the two in front of him. Liu Cheng couldn't help but swallow his saliva with greed, his Adam's apple rolling, and when he thought about being able to hold these two beauties under him, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a lustful light. The people behind Liu Cheng and his group also noticed these two beauties. It's not that they didn't covet them, but it was obvious that the boss had taken a fancy to them first, so they could only secretly feel sorry and wonder if the boss could let them have a good time after playing. Unfortunately, their regret soon turned into happiness. Without any warning, a bolt of lightning struck Liu Cheng, and with the sizzling sound and fragrance of barbecue, Liu Cheng fell down with a bang. HMPH. Yixin snorted coldly. Qianxuan saw clearly that when Yixin attacked, the second sister-in-law also attacked almost at the same time. Because zombies don't need to breathe, her ability is not very effective, but the person in front of her is a human. Chapter 25. Filial Liu Zhuangzi. Unlike Qianxuan's calmness, Lu Zhi's face flushed with anger at the naked and dirty desire in the man's eyes. After all, she was still a 16-year-old girl. Although her expression was always cold and indifferent, it was just a protective color. How could she not be angry in such a situation? Qianxuan was different. Although she had not experienced it herself, she had a lot of experience in her previous life. Just the look in her eyes, although she felt disgusted in her heart, she would not lose control of her emotions. Ruanming and Yixin were the most angry, so much so that they could not control their actions. Ruanming was out of love for Qianxuan, and could not tolerate the little sister-in-law who was spoiled by the whole family being bullied by an unknown person. Yixin, since experiencing the doomsday, was pushed out to die by her teacher, and instinctively disliked the selfishness and badness of human nature, not to mention that the other party was coveting her aunt. As for the children, except for the precocious Dongzi, the others could not understand it at all, but instinctively felt that the man's eyes made people uncomfortable. The men on the opposite side looked at their boss' tragic death, and the teasing expressions on their faces froze immediately, as if they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. In contrast to them, Liu Jianing didn't have much confidence in this team, that didn't look strong, and was worried that the beautiful women among them would be dragged down by her. But now she was relieved by the strength shown by Yixin. After a long time, a cowardly man stammered and said, old. The boss was killed. This sentence made the men turn around. After the doomsday, the reason that was confused by arrogance and complacency suddenly returned, and they found that most of the women and children in front of them had the characteristics of superpowers. Thinking back to the fact that the thunder power of one of the opponents was much stronger than the water power of the boss, the courage that was originally scared disappeared. Seeing these people were frightened and sweating, they dared not move their eyes. Qianxuan felt sorry that these people were too scary. Where is the other one among you who has superpowers? She looked around, but didn't find any superpowers among the remaining people, but she had heard that there were 2 superpowers before. As soon as she finished speaking, a thin man wearing glasses was pushed out. What is your superpower? Just from his appearance, it is impossible to guess. Is it the same special superpower as Sasha? Qianxuan began to be curious. I can sense living people and zombies within 100 meters. Compared with others, this man was relatively calm, but his slightly trembling legs still betrayed his inner fear. Humanoid detector? Question mark? Although this superpower sounds useless at first, the prospect is exciting. On the battlefield, this ability is definitely a weapon. Why did you join them? Qianxuan wanted to recruit him, but she still had to ask clearly. If he was the same as those people, she would give up, even if his superpowers were good. Qianxuan didn't expect that she only asked a very common question, but it made the thin man cry like a child. Qianxuan didn't know that she had touched someone's heartache, and she thought she would die today, so she was so sad that she lost control of her emotions. At this time, Liu Jianing pulled Qianxuan's clothes and whispered in her ear, this child is Liu Zhuangzi. He is only 15 years old this year. His parents died, and he was raised by his aunt since he was a child. When the doomsday came, his house had a poor foundation and was destroyed by a meteorite. At that time, his aunt lost her legs to save him. His supernatural power has no lethality, and he joined those people in order to get medicine to save his aunt. He didn't do anything bad. So even if she hated those people, she didn't have any bad feelings towards this filial child 15 years old. Question mark? Qianxuan looked at him carefully and found that, although the child was about 170 meters tall, his face still had the childishness of a teenager. Okay, stop crying. Qianxuan couldn't stand a grown boy crying so ungracefully. I want to invite you to join the Capital Silver Star Air Force Regiment. What do you think? Liu Zhuangzi was stunned by the pie that suddenly fell on his head. He stopped crying and looked a little dazed. I don't have to die. Qianxuan was embarrassed. When did I say I wanted you to die? Do I look so much like a murderer? What do you think? Qianxuan was a little depressed and didn't bother to answer his stupid question. I do. Liu Zhuangzi, who had come to his senses, said yes twice for fear that she would regret it. After a while, he asked hesitantly, if I go to the capital, what about my aunt? Our corps allows family members to be brought in, and your aunt can get professional and proper treatment at that time. This time it was Ruan Ming who answered. She had a good impression of this child. Filial children are something that all mothers can hardly dislike. Hearing that her aunt could get treatment, Liu Zhuangzi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly left a sentence, I'll bring my aunt over. Then he ran away. Seeing him run several hundred meters in a flash, Qianxuan could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Do you want us to drive to help? Qianxuan asked the others to get in the car first, and she stood by the car waiting for Liu Zhuangzi. Liu Jianing hesitated. turned around quickly and slapped a tall man. Qianxuan guessed that the man was Liu Donghai. The slap seemed to make her throw away her previous fear of this man, and she began to punch and kick the man. Even though she was weak at this time, the frustration and anger of being trapped for many days made her perform beyond her normal level, beating the man so hard that he cried out in pain. But she was worried about Qianxuan, who was standing by and didn't dare to fight back. Qianxuan helped Liu Jianing, who was exhausted after the beating, into the car. During this period, the remaining men took advantage of their inattention and escaped. Of course, Qianxuan was too lazy to pay attention. In the car, looking at the few people who escaped, Sissy was a little confused and asked Ruanming, second aunt, is it okay to let those bad guys escape? Except for Dongzi, Wei and Xiaomu were eagerly waiting for the answer. Ruanming reached out and touched Sissy's head. It's okay, we let them go, but those who were bullied by them before will not let them go. In the past, they had to swallow their anger because they had superpowers. Several children nodded, thinking. At this time, Liu Zhuangzi ran over holding a person wrapped in a quilt. After all, he was a person who had been transformed by superpowers, and he didn't sweat, even when he ran so fast holding a person. Qianxuan opened the back door and asked him to put his aunt in place, and then he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. After the car started, Liu Zhuangzi opened the quilt wrapped around his aunt a little. Qianxuan was wondering why she was still wrapped in a quilt in such a hot day, but now she knew the reason. The face of the person inside was revealed after the quilt was opened. Liu Zhuangzi's aunt should be only a little older than Ruanming, but she looked like she was nearly 50. Her face was full of traces of years of hard work, and there were many white hairs on her temples. But at this time, she frowned, closed her eyes, and cold sweat kept coming out of her forehead. Liu Zhuangzi kept wiping it with a handkerchief beside her. Qianxuan guessed that the cold sweat should be due to pain. What's the matter with your aunt's legs? It has been more than a week since the end of the world. Why is it still so painful? Liu Zhuangzi's eyes turned red. The parts below the thighs of both legs of your aunt are useless. I was afraid of ulceration and inflammation before, so I helped her cut them off. Qianxuan took a breath. Young man, you are so brave. An amateur dared to steal the doctor's job. Aren't you afraid of causing heavy bleeding by touching the aorta? Fortunately, his aunt is lucky. Qianxuan didn't know that Liu Zhuangzi's aunt almost lost her life due to excessive blood loss. But at that time, his aunt was worried about leaving him behind, and in a daze, she instructed him to use folk methods to stop the bleeding for her. In the end, although the wound was infected and inflamed, she saved her life. Gurgle, a strange sound appeared in the car. Liu Jianing blushed and touched her stomach. Everyone remembered that she was still hungry. With the experience of her uncle, Qianxuan handed her 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge. Liu Jianing took it, thanked her and started eating. After all, she had been hungry for 4 days and had previously consumed her energy in a fight. She didn't care about her image and poured the 8 treasure porridge into her mouth like a drink. Sometimes she choked and felt uncomfortable but didn't care. Sissy and Wei were frightened by her generosity for a while, but they found it funny after a while. Every time they saw Liu Jianing choking and rolling her eyes, they would gather together and laugh secretly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.